simply to be understood what it takes and what it means to do this in a community is so encouraging, so overwhelming. Thank you so much. It's given me energy to go on and on. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Krishna. Thank you, Dr. Kumar, Dr. Sanjay, Bhavna, and Arvind, um, for making this afternoon very special to me the whole day. I'm not very sure I deserve this award or something like that, but one thing is sure that it makes us more responsible for, in future as well to do better and better and better. That is number one. Number two is that if I am there, in fact, I'm not from Chennai, not even from this state, I'm from the neighboring state. If I go back to my roots, I would humbly say that this is because of all the cooperation blessings that I had from the day one when I joined here. Starting from when I joined diabetology under Dr. Mohan and Dr. Professor Vishwanathan, the way he has encouraged me, I still remember, he has been my idol for always. And, and later on, he has nurtured me, he's educated me, he taught me not only diabetes, everything. That is number one. And even after that, he is encouraging me a lot in many things, not only in, I've been associated with him for the last 35 years in different capacities as well. Apart from that, after finishing my post-graduation from MB Hospital, I joined VHS Medical Center, where I used to take care of 750 type 1 children there actually. So type 1 diabetics have been taking care of them, and Dr. C.V. Krishnaswamy, who has been a great inspiration to me as well. That is. And then later on, when I got into the practice, I came across several people, and Arvind, Sanjay, Dr. Kumar, Krishna. He's always been with me for any academic activities. Just a phone call away, he's there for me actually, everything. And then Dr. Venkatraman, who has been more than a teacher and is more of a brother to me, elder brother, and has been guiding me not only in profession but other things as well. And I had a lot of support from Dr. Anand Moses and so many people. In fact, there are so many youngsters here. You can see that a lot of guys, and we always, me and Dr. Venkatraman, always been thinking that we need to encourage youngsters to come up because we have got the support from our elders, like Dr. Mohan, Dr. C.V. Krishnaswamy. They have supported us. So we wanted to continue the legacy, and so that next generation also should come. And that is the reason we have encouraged a lot of youngsters who are here also. And they're always there with a passion for academics and, for practicing everything. So I think it's been a great honor. And thank you, and for all the support. Least but not the least is the faith that our patients had in us is the most important thing. They are their source of encouragement as of that. You make them better, and they encourage you. They send most of the relatives, friends, and all to us. It's just an encouragement. So I think we have learned how to deal with the people, and just not medicine. And that is one thing that we always, when we are trying to tell our juniors as well to do the same thing with passion. But I was saying that about passion you should have for everything. So I think that is the one I think will make it. And then probably we're trying to do something like that. And then I have to do it more and more with all such awards. And thank you very much for all everything. Thank you.
Please rise for the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जाग सिंधु गुजरात नगर शुभ जागे शुभ आशीष मांगे जय बाबा जय 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 जय
Thank you. Please be seated. Can I ask Dr. Manoj Chadda to join the primer team on the stage? Ichana Bhavna, Prasanna, please stay. There is probably no one here who has not been touched by Professor K. M. Prasanna Kumar. But his largesse, his affection, I think Arvind, Sanjay, and I have had an immense bounty. So when there was a time when I know that Prasanna knows that I'm coming to this thing, he would order the menu in his house. If my daughter Saulabhya would come, he will make sure that there is Horlicks and things. So the side of Prasanna, the nurturer, the kind of affection, the mentorship, the tolerance for all the things that we have done, and intervening in the right time and saying, Krishna, I think you should take up nodules. That's it. And that's become a career tone. For each of us will say this. And Prasanna is also a person from whom you can learn when it is time to stop. So what Dr. Prasanna Kumar and last time in this very meeting announced that he was stepping down as the chairman of Primer, but continuing the Primer Academy of Medical Sciences work as the philanthropy arm of Primer that he is continuing. But we felt that there cannot be a debate without the Prasanna Kumar stamp on it. And therefore, Primer is pleased to have instituted the K. M. Prasanna Kumar oration this year. Now, if there is any other person in the country who deserves to start off the K. M. Prasanna Kumar oration, that's Dr. Mohan. It is the sheer volume of work, the passion of science. You sit on a table across him. I'm not going to read his CV. I'm going to say something personally, and then we'll read the citation. The citation, please. You sit for half an hour with him, and you know that you're inspired to do work for the next 2 to 3 months without having to think about anything. About him, everybody knows, but I think the nicest part of it is the time that he gives to every person who comes and asks him a question, every youngster who comes and asks him a doubt, or just, encourages you to grow. I think that is Dr. Mohan's character. And so it's so nice to have two people who we have in our heart to be honored. So Dr. Mohan, can you come up, please? So the oration carries with it a medal, a kuttuvilakku that we give, a citation, and a modest honoraria that will be credited to you. The citation, Dr. V. Mohan is the chairman and chief of diabetology at Dr. Mohan's Specialty Center in Chennai, South India, an IDF center of excellence. He oversees a chain of 50 diabetes centers across 8 states of India, over 585,000 registered patients. President and director of Madras Diabetes Research Foundation, is the Asia's largest standalone diabetes research center. Completed his general medicine in 81, PhD in 87, DSc in 97, FRCP from all the 4 UK colleges. As a DSc honor causatus from Deakin University, Melbourne. Long list of fellowships he has been given. He's worked as a Wellcome Research Fellow at Hammersmith Hospital and an Alexander von Humboldt Fellow at the University of Ulm. His main research interests are epidemiology of diabetes and its complications, genomics of diabetes, including monogenic type 1 diabetes, fibrocalculus pancreatitis, diabetes, precision medicine, and nutrition in diabetes. He was conferred the prestigious Padma Shri Award in the year 2012, has 164 awards, orations, fellowships in the scientific field, and 34 awards in the social field of work. Dr. Mohan is a past president, national president of RSSDI, DASG, Tamil Nadu chapter of the RSSDI, and a member of 45 different committees across the country and the world. An examiner of PhD studies in India and abroad, a reviewer of over 20 international journals. Published 1,522 publications, original research, and 165,000 citations to his credit. I'm married to the late Dr. Rama Mohan and has Anjana and Ranjit as part of his family today. Social and charitable work is well known to all. Primer confers the scroll of honors to Dr. Mohan for having delivered the first Dr. K.M. Prasnakumar oration during the debate conference on February 4th, 2023. Can I ask Dr. Prasnakumar to garland Dr. Mohan, please? Manoj, the medal. Medal. Can I ask Dr. Prasna Kumar and Dr. Manoj Chadda to chair the oration? As is customary, there will be no questions.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm delighted and honored that the primer has started an oration in my name, because very few people get the oration when they are living. And this is the second oration I have, Karnataka Endocrine Society as well as primer. So I am thankful to my good friends, Dr. Arvind as well as Krishna Sheshadri for this honor. And as Krishna said, there cannot be a better person than Dr. Mohan to deliver that. Next year, if you continue, it will be difficult to find another person of his caliber, because he has set a standard to get another person like him to be the subsequent one. And I congratulate him, and not only for all the work he has done, as he said, the work that is going to in future. Over to Dr. Mohan for the oration.
Can you get the first slide, please? Help me with the first slide. It's blank. Blank. Control.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I think it's a great honor and a very emotional moment for me because as Dr. Prasanna Kumar said, it's one thing delivering an oration, but to deliver it in front of someone who is actually sitting there is not only a great challenge, but also a great honor. And having known Dr. Prasanna Kumar for the good part of my life, at least for 40 years or more, I think it's a double honor for me. Dr. Prasanna Kumar is not only a great clinician, a very good scientist, because he's done some outstanding work. And Prasanna, your work on the type 1 diabetes incidence study and the registry that you created at Bangalore and Karnataka still remains unparalleled. That's the only data that we present every time we talk about the incidence, new cases of type 1 diabetes. But it's not only in that. He has worked in many, many other fields, and his work has definitely left a stamp in Indian diabetology. But more than all that is his soft-spoken nature. He's a man of few words, and only when you talk to him and ask him a question, he normally talks. Otherwise, he doesn't even talk. And very gentle human being who has touched the lives of thousands and thousands of not only patients, but also won the love and affection of all the colleagues. I salute you, Prasanna Kumar, for the great human being that you are and for the great work. And I'm not sure that I live up to be able to deliver the oration in your name. The team from debate, of course, year on year, we keep meeting this wonderful team. Dr. Krishna Sheshadri, Dr. Arvind, Prasanna Kumar, Sanjay, Bhavna, and many others who are actively involved in the organization of this meeting. Debate, Prima, all the meetings organized by this group stand out for their academic excellence, for the science which is presented, for the time management. You can learn many, many things when you attend meetings like this, and it's truly an honor to be invited to speak at this meeting. Today, I'm going to talk about, actually Krishna gave me this topic. My alternate topic was type 1 diabetes, but I thought I won't do justice to type 1 diabetes. Dr. Prasanna Kumar actually sitting here. So I accepted Krishna's invitation to talk about the carbohydrate connection to type 2 diabetes in India. These studies are funded by government agencies. So I was asked to provide 2 MCQs. And the first one, you don't have to give the answer now, but think about it and they'll give you the answer at the end. Hopefully you'll know the answers at the end of this talk. So what is the evidence linking excess carbohydrate, specifically rice intake, to type 2 diabetes risk? Are there cross-sectional studies? Are there prospective studies? Or are there both or none of the above? So you can keep your answer. The second question is, reducing carbs in the diet. We all know that today everybody talks about reducing carbs, but what all can it help in? Can it help in controlling diabetes? Can it help in preventing diabetes? Can it help in achieving remission of diabetes? Or D, all of the above? And we'll talk about that as well. Now, just to put this into proper perspective, according to the IDF Atlas 2021, and probably this year we'll have an update of these numbers, India is currently in second place with 74 million people with diabetes. And if you just think about it, that's more than the population of several countries, probably 3 times the population of Australia, and more than the population of UK or Germany or France or many of the big countries in the world. But these numbers are probably an underestimate. And secondly, the epidemic is not over, which means that in the next 20, 30 years, we're going to see almost a doubling of these numbers. These are projections based on the data we have now, but as new data comes in, we'll find new projections. In fact, some new data from India is also due, which probably shows that even the 74 million is an underestimate. Now, this is another way of looking at it. What has been the rise in diabetes in India? Now, the early studies by Professor Ahuja, the first multi-center ICMR study which was done in the year 1972. And there, the prevalence of diabetes in urban cities, 6 cities were studied and 6 villages were studied. So that was the ICMR study. it was 2% in urban areas and 1% in rural areas. So you could already see the urban-rural divide there. But what's happened subsequently is that over the years, even given the fact that these are studies done in different places, different methodology, different cities, and so on, the story comes out loud and clear. 2% becomes 4, 5, 11, 12. Thereafter, there's no single digits. It's all double digits. And now we can see from 10, 11, 12, it's now going into 20, 22, 25. But the last two studies quoted are from cities, 22%, 25%. We now have data to show that in the whole state, for example, at least three that I know of, Puducherry, Goa, and the state of Kerala, which have been studied last in India, the whole state is about 20% and almost coming 25%. We're not talking about cities at all. We're just talking about the whole state. So that's how fast diabetes is increasing. And if we think that it's only in the cities that it's increasing, we are wrong, because in the rural areas also it is increasing, albeit at a slightly lower rate. Again, if you take the Kerala example, and we have Dr. Tiny here, there's no urban-rural divide in Kerala. Where is urban, where is rural? If you drive through Kerala, you'll find one, only when the board changes, you know that you've moved from one town to another. It's just one continuous thing from south to north of Kerala. So what happens is that there's no urban-rural divide. In fact, we found that in Kerala, the rural prevalence of diabetes is actually more than the urban prevalence. So things are changing very rapidly. So this question then comes up. We definitely have a diabetes epidemic. When a quarter of the population has diabetes, an epidemic. Is this genetic or it's environmental? The answer is very simple from the previous slide. In 50 years, we showed a 10-fold increase in diabetes. In 50 years, the genes didn't change. Many of us were alive in 72. Some of us were probably born after 72. But many of us were alive. And all our genes didn't undergo a transformation in 50 years. So while genes are important, and there are some genes which are peculiar to Indians, I don't think that's the cause of the epidemic. That might give you an underlying susceptibility, but that's not driving the epidemic. The epidemic is clearly driven by environmental factors. And those environmental factors, we have kind of summarized as a kind of a contrast as to what used to happen in the 60s or before that, and what's happening today. In the yesteryears, what we had were people actually doing manual work, carrying loads on their head. Today, what do we carry? Only cell phones we carry. We don't carry any more loads, because even the manual laborer has got all equipment to do that. And we were children, we used to play in the fields. Going out in the field and playing was very common. Today, you don't see that much of it. People have switched to computer games and video games, and it's all sitting. They sit and play football. They don't actually play football like this. And then the traditional food that we used to have got transformed into a very high calorie, high sugar, high fat, and high carbohydrate diet. So these changes which occurred, a lot of it occurred due to urbanization. And this urbanization brings in three things. One, excess carbohydrate intake. Of course, you also get excess fat and calories and everything else, but carbs is very clear. And therefore leading to increased glycemic load, because the type of carb also changed, and we'll come to that in the end. Physical activity drastically went down. And it's not just in urban areas. In rural areas, where farmers used to till the soil and work in the fields, are now sitting in a tractor, because obviously they've got money to buy a tractor now. So their physical activity comes down, and they didn't know the value of physical activity because it was built into their lives. Today, you'll have to tell them, go for a walk. Third is urbanization, which I won't talk about, but there are many other aspects. There's pollution, and there's a lot of other factors which we're recognizing as new factors for diabetogenesis. In this talk, I'll confine myself to the excess carbs and show you the data that we have, that itself can be a cause of the diabetes epidemic. The first data actually came from a cross-sectional study, the Chennai Urban-Rural Epidemiological Study. What we did there was, we took the whole of Chennai. Now, remember that Chennai and South India is a rice-eating population. That means everybody is eating rice. It's only the question of how much you eat. So we divided the population to 4 quartiles. Those who took the lowest quartile, next, and the highest quartile. The difference is about 200 grams. About 180, 200 grams is the lowest quartile, which is much, much more than the highest quartile in the European population. And then about 400, 450 grams in the highest quartile. And we saw, is there a difference in the prevalence of diabetes between these two? And as you can see here, in the first quartile, if you took the odds ratio as 1, so let's say the prevalence was 6%, okay? Now, what happens as you increase your carbohydrate intake from 200 to 400 grams per day, there is a 4-fold increase in diabetes prevalence. It's not just marginally increased, 6% will become 24%. Now, you may say, well, that's probably driven by obesity. So it's not the carbs which is producing it. If you look at the bottom of the slide, it's adjusted for gender, socioeconomic status, income, physical activity, obesity, family history of diabetes, all the known risk factors it's adjusted for. So that gave us the first clue that perhaps carbohydrate itself, excess carbohydrate, the beta cells are not able to compensate for that load. It's able to put out more and more insulin, then at some point it fails. So that is a simple hypothesis. There are other hypotheses I won't go into. For example, there's supposed to be arsenic in rice, and that's what the Americans say. We have not seen that to some extent in India, so I won't go into that. I'm just talking about simple carbohydrate intake. Now, there are other things that we learned in that study, that if you look at carbohydrate itself, you see this. If you look at glycemic index, you see the same trend. If you see glycemic load, even stronger, because glycemic load is nothing but glycemic index multiplied by the amount of carbohydrate you eat. You can eat a very sweet thing, but if you eat only a small portion of it, you don't get glycemic load. The glycemic index may not be that high, but if you eat that much of it, your glycemic load is very high. So glycemic load is actually more important than glycemic index. Then you should see the opposite with dietary fiber, and we saw that. The more dietary fiber you take, the lower is the prevalence of diabetes. Now, cross-sectional studies are good, and this is the first data. But the problem is that there are still confounders. Whatever you adjust for in a cross-section study, you cannot adjust for everything. So it just still remains as a hypothesis. If you want to prove it, you have to do longitudinal studies. How do you do longitudinal studies? You take people who didn't have diabetes, you do their baseline characteristics, and then follow the same people for 10, 15 years. That's more easily said than done, because you have to go back and follow these people. But if you're able to do that, then you can prove that they didn't have diabetes then, and now they have developed it. So that's what we did in the PURE study. Now, the PURE study is a prospective urban rural epidemiological study. This is pioneered by Salim Yusuf and colleagues from McMaster University. It started in India, and then now it has gone to 27 countries, 200,000 people, followed up for almost 20 years. Prospectively, the same people are being followed for almost 20 years. And in that sense, it is the largest epidemiological study ever done in the world. And it's not a diabetes study. It's not a cardiovascular study. It's a study which involves everything, including climate change. It's studying many things. We looked at incident diabetes. Over 20 years, how many people develop diabetes? And we looked at the white rice intake and tried to see prospectively whether we could link it to incident diabetes. Now, just to give you an idea about how much rice is taken across the world, South Asia stands out. 630 grams of cooked rice is what is consumed in South Asia, which includes Bangladesh, Pakistan, India, Sri Lanka, and so on. Whereas if you go to the other countries, there's hardly any rice being taken. So the hypothesis will be that you should see a stronger correlation in South Asia. Now, this is the association of white rice intake with incident diabetes. Remember, they didn't have diabetes when we started the study. Now they got the diabetes now. The hazards ratio is 1.61, which shows that there's a 61% increase in the risk of getting diabetes, type 2 diabetes, with rice intake. In China, in all it was plus, there's no minus. It's 1.61, 1.04, 1.41, 1.20. So everywhere there's a risk. But the strongest risk, which is statistically significant, you see it's not touching the median one at all, is in South Asia. So the place where they had the highest rice intake also had the highest diabetes risk. We then looked at it another way and said, what about those who are physically active? Do they have less of diabetes if they eat the same rice? Yes, indeed. As you can see, those who are physically inactive has a hazards ratio of 1.5, 50% increase. Whereas if you're physically active, you're able to bring it down to 1.16. There's only a 16% increase. And you can see it loses statistical significance is gone. So that's the good news. If you do physical activity, even if you eat rice, maybe you can prevent diabetes. So a strong message came out from that study. So we concluded from this study, published in 2020 in Diabetes Care, that higher consumption of white rice is associated with an increased risk of incident diabetes, the strongest association observed in South Asia, whereas in other regions, to the more modest association. The following year, we looked at an even bigger study, and this was published in New England Journal, where we looked at the glycemic index and the glycemic load and looked at mortality. Now, this is not diabetes. We're looking at how many people died in the pure study over the 20-year period and linked it to their glycemic index. In our case, it will be again rice. There was a strong association between mortality, increased mortality, and glycemic index. It's the first time that I know of that increased mortality is being shown. That means the amount of sugar that you eat is not just producing diabetes and obesity, it even increases the risk of death. What about places in India where rice is not the staple food? I'm sure many people here are coming from places where you hardly eat any rice. So where do you do that? That's where the INDIAB study comes in. And no, first of all, let me talk about Dr. Shashank Joshi's study, where he looked at not the diabetes part, but he looked at how much carbohydrate is eaten in other parts of the country. And this is the north, south, east, west, every part of the country where he studied. Suffice to say that in every part of India, about 70% carbohydrate is consumed. It may be wheat, it may be rice, but it's still carbohydrate. And carbohydrate is still carbohydrate because the wheat is also refined. And therefore, that also has a high glycemic index. Not that they're eating the old wheat with all the bran and unpolished wheat. They're also eating refined. In fact, the millets that we talk about so much now, unfortunately, that is also polished. So in the year of the millets, let's go back to unpolished millets. And that's going to be what I'm going to talk about. Now, this is the INDIAB study, unpublished data. We're just getting this published, where we looked at all the states which consume rice and all the states which consumes wheat. And we looked at what is the difference in prevalence. Of course, there are other factors you have to adjust for. The paper is not fully written. But overall, in the rice-eating population, the prevalence of diabetes is 10.2%, whereas to 7.7% in the wheat-eating population. Now, we'll have to correct for BMI and many other factors to see socioeconomic status to see whether it's really true. In fact, 2 days ago, I was with the ICMR DG, and you were saying, look at millets also. There are very small pockets like Karnataka, some parts of Maharashtra, where millets are eaten. And you say, check there whether it is lower in that part. And that obviously can be done from this data. Now, what happens if you substitute white rice with brown rice? Now, brown rice was not even available. So we had to go back to the farmers and get the rice before it is polished, before it goes to the mills, and get the brown rice. With this, we did a randomized clinical trial where we substituted the white rice with equal quantities of brown rice. And what we found was we did a continuous glucose monitoring curve. And what you see in red is when white rice is consumed. And what you see in blue is when brown rice is consumed. In fact, if you took brown rice with pulses, it came down even more. So using continuous glucose monitoring, we're able to show, and these are in healthy people, not even in people with diabetes. You can see even within non-diabetic people, you can see much higher glucose levels if polished white rice is taken. And when we looked at the intervention and saw, okay, if you substitute with white rice with brown rice, what happens? In those who had metabolic syndrome, we're able to show that there was a lowering of the A1C and a lowering of the C-reactive protein. So inflammation is also coming down if you substitute a refined cereal with a non-polished or a brown rice in this case. So far we talked about the quantity of the carbohydrate, and we showed how it predisposes you to diabetes. What about quality of carbohydrate? Is that important? So there are bad carbs and there are good carbs. Bad carbs, you know the list: sweetened drinks, fruit juices rather than taking fruit, highly polished white rice, white bread, cookies, pastries, ice cream, candy, chocolate, potato chips, and French fries, all the good things, unfortunately. So these are bad carbs, and they have very high glycemic index, very high glycemic loads. And obviously this has to be restricted for not only people with diabetes, but even those without. What about good carbs? Well, vegetables, you can take as much as you can every day. Whole fruits, preferably those with low GI. Legumes like kidney beans, peas, Bengal gram, green gram, black gram, all of those. Nuts, walnuts, almonds, hazelnuts, groundnuts. Seeds, sunflower seeds, chia seeds, pumpkin seeds, and whole grains like brown rice or whole grain wheat, oats, steel cut oats, quinoa, etc. So these can be taken in some proportion. What about millets? Well, as I told you, when you look at the millets which are available in the market, millets are obviously very good. And millets contain so many phytonutrients. No one can argue that it's not good. It's very healthy. The problem is, again, to increase the shelf life, they polish it. And so what happens is you get very high glycemic index. What about nuts? You completed two studies. One was on cashew nut. And cashew nut, what we found was, contrary to popular belief that cashew nuts are very dangerous for your health, we actually found that it increases the HDL cholesterol, reduces the systolic blood pressure, and has no effect on either weight or on glucose level if you adjust the calories. So they are very, very good. So it contains monounsaturated fats as well. You can see the reduction in the blood pressure and the increase in the HDL cholesterol. We've just completed a study on almonds. It's just been accepted for publication. And how much should you eat? Just one fistful is all you need of nuts. And we found that it has very good effects on increasing the MUFA intake, decreasing the carbohydrate and the calories, decreasing insulin resistance, and it improves insulin sensitivity. Because what happens when you take nuts is you get satiety. So if you take nuts 1 hour before your lunch or dinner, you won't feel like eating. So you'll cut down on your carbs automatically. And it's a very, very healthy food to take. Finally, we ask the question, we know that if you drastically cut down the carbs and you make it 0 carbs and so on, as shown in the direct trial and other trials, of course it will work because you're bringing your calories down to 800, 600 calories. Is that sustainable in the long run? So obviously not. So using mathematical modeling, we asked if at a population level, if all of us had to reduce, how much carbs should we reduce and what other changes should you do if you want to reverse diabetes or prevent diabetes? This is published recently in Diabetes Care, where we looked at the macronutrient composition. We used a mathematical help of a mathematician and did various modelings. And we said we used data from India. So we had normal people, we had pre-diabetic, we had diabetic, and then using their dietary patterns, we modeled. What we found was very simple. From 60 to 70% carbohydrate, if you reduce it to about 50 to 54%, 49 to 54%, if you increase the protein from the current consumption of 8 to 12% to 19 to 20%, or even 15 to 20% is sufficient, then the fat can be maintained the same, but you change it and give more of monounsaturated fat, the healthy fats. And finally, increase the dietary fiber as well. If you do that, what we showed was that you can actually prevent diabetes, you can reverse diabetes and achieve remission of diabetes. In the same journal from Cambridge, Neeta Faruhi summarized the entire paper that we wrote and wrote an editorial and a commentary on that, beautifully making a drawing out of it. And this is her drawing from our study. And what she said was that as long as the carbohydrate is reduced and you eat whole carbohydrate, you increase the protein intake, increase the fiber intake, this can definitely lead to remission of newly diagnosed diabetes, provided it is fairly recent onset, not very long duration, and you still have some beta cell function left. Remission of pre-diabetes and prevention of diabetes is also possible. So the take-home message, ladies and gentlemen, is that healthier diets with lower carbs, along with increased protein and fiber, and you don't have to do marked changes. In your plate, when you sit to eat, don't put the rice first and rice second and rice third. First, look for the vegetables. Whenever you go for a meal, look for the vegetables, fill half your plate with vegetables, look for the protein. Either if you're vegetarian, look for vegetarian protein. If you're non-vegetarian, look for non-vegetarian protein. And then keep the last quarter of the plate for carbs. You'll automatically see that it leads to weight reduction. Of course, physical activity is very important. Controlling your mind is very important. Sleeping well is very important. Nobody is saying that those factors are not important, but this talk is on diet, and therefore making minor changes in the diet, but sticking to it. Instead of jumping from one diet to another diet to another diet to another diet, you don't have to follow any diet. Just eat the right stuff and cut down on the wrong stuff, and you can actually prevent diabetes. So now coming back to the MCQ first one, what is the evidence linking excess carbs to type 2 diabetes risk? I hope I have shown you evidence that there is some cross-sectional data. There is also prospective data. Therefore, the right answer would be both. And if you look at the second one, reducing carbs, can it help to control diabetes? Certainly, we know that. If you cut down on carbs, the patients get into good control. Preventing diabetes already been shown in many studies, not only ours, but many other randomized clinical trials have shown that. It can also help in achieving remission of diabetes. So the correct answer for this would be D, or all of the above. So I hope I've convinced you that you can have carbohydrate, but have the right quantity and have the right quality of the carbohydrate. And if you all do that, I think you can make a big step forward in preventing diabetes and slowing down the epidemic of diabetes in India. Once again, thanking debate, thanking the two chairpersons, thanking Krishna, Arvind, and all the other organizers for the honor that you have done to me. I'm deeply grateful. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mohan. We're not going to have questions, but I just had 2 points to make. Mohan and I met in '86 at Ulm. I still remember the day he had come to the station to receive me. And next time, I think Maruti Suzuki wants to put an ad, wo chalta hi jata hai. You know who to use as a model. Thank you, Mohan.
Prasanna, come up. Please come. Just, I want to honor two people here. Can I ask Arvind and Sanjay and Bhavna to come up? First, I want to call on stage our Chief Operating Officer, Dr. Shubha, Mrs. Shubha, to come here. Prasanna, please sit down. So, if Prasanna, Arvind, and I, who are three completely different people, have been able to be together and do this for so many years, it's because of Shubha. Prasanna and Shubha, please sit down. So can I have Bhavna, please, garland Mrs. Shubha? No, must wear. In fact, I'm going to ask you to exchange. And Sanjay. The last time I had this honor was on their 60th birthday. Please indulge us the photograph and then thank you both. So, about 10 years ago, I was sitting, we were in Bangalore and we were sitting in a restaurant and talking about how we are still so clinical oriented and not looking at basic science as an important part of our learning. And at that time, Rohit Kulkarni and I, Rohit, can you come up, please? Rohit Kulkarni and I had this thing and say, why not start translational lectures in India? And if Primer and its programs are there and have the standard that they are, attract the top level of international speakers that we have, it's because of our own Rohit Kulkarni. Please give him a big hand. Rohit is the professor. Please sit down, Rohit. Rohit is a professor at Harvard, director of the Kulkarni lab at Joslin, and more importantly, a great son of India and a wonderful friend of everybody in Primer. So we have this Primer honor lecture, and this time the Primer honor lecture is given to Rohit Kulkarni. Sanjay will do the honors, and then Rohit will talk about our journey of how clinical research, clinical science is based on basic science.
Thanks, Krishna.
Just see.
Dear friends, it's my great honor and privilege on my own behalf, on behalf of Dr. Prasanna Kumar, to invite Dr. Rohit to give the honor to speak to us on the basic lecture, the translational medicine, the basic research, which is the foundation of the clinical care. It's this one sentence speaks all. Rohit, over to you to do justice to something. Thank you, Rohit.
Thanks very much, Dr. Das and Prasanna, and thanks again to Krishna and the organizers. I've known everyone for so long. I just want to reiterate what Dr. Mohan just said. Thanks to Prasanna Kumar, Krishna Seshadri, Arvind, Shubha, Bhavna, and Sanjay. And it's a privilege to come back here. This part of the honoring part, sitting down, was not expected, so it was a bit embarrassing for me because, especially after Mohan got the oration from Prasanna Kumar oration. So I want to congratulate Prasanna as well again for having this oration, very well deserved, and Mohan as well for giving the talk. So it's a bit of a damper, I think, to follow his talk because it's going to be tough to follow his act. But after discussing with Krishna, what I thought I would do was give you a little bit of snippets rather than going into too much data, argue for why we think that the clinical half of the medical foundation, which is made up of basic science and clinical science, in India, it appears that the clinical component is very strong and obviously over emphasized in the context of medicine. Because the basic science always takes a back seat because, you know, when we go through MBBS, we go through biochemistry, physiology, and all the basic sciences. But once we become clinical physicians, we tend to forget a component of that. And so I think that needs to be reinvigorated in India, like you have in everywhere else. In Europe and the US, you find that a professor of clinical medicine is also a professor of biochemistry. So you see there is a component of work that goes on in that particular institute, in that particular lab. So he sees patients in the morning, comes back to the lab in the afternoon and evening. So that is missing in India. And I think that somehow we should try to push that as to how we can do that in India. So what I wanted to do was to give you a few examples of that. These are my disclosures. Starting with translational science, we know that there are 4 steps to translational science. just to give you an idea of what discoveries lead to clinical care does not happen overnight. So, for example, we know that findings from basic research are tested for clinical effect and applicability. The type 1 research leads to knowledge about human physiology, and a number of components are involved in translation to humans. So you have to necessarily start with preclinical animal studies because very few research components start in humans right away. That has to be applicable to human physiology. Then you have first in human studies, proof of concept before you go on to phase 1 clinical trials. Translation to patients is the next component where you have, you test new interventions under controlled conditions which forms the basis for clinical application and evidence-based guidelines. It yields knowledge about the efficacy of the interventions in optimal settings, and this sets the stage for phase 2 and phase 3 clinical trials. And further along, after quite some time, you translate to practice because you then have investigators who explore ways of applying recommendations to general practice and examining how interventions work in real-world settings. So this is the typical phase 4 clinical trials. But you can see that the first 2 phases are very, very important to come to the stage 3. And finally, of course, you know, if everything is going on well, this can translate to
Clearly, the patient is the most important component, but I still think that a small part of the clinician still needs to be involved in basic science, and that's what we think is missing in India. And I think that it's time for us as a collective body to really bring it up to the level of MCI or perhaps other places to start initiating this in some of these medical schools. So I won't go into this detail, which I just summarized here. So I want to give you 3 examples rather than going to a lot of data and a lot of work in my own lab, for example. I'll just give you 3 examples from what we have already seen through your practice as well as research, but just to emphasize a few things which are important. So the first one is very, very obvious, and the ones which we've always learned about, the discovery and extraction of insulin. And we know Banting and Best, Banting was a surgeon, Best was a medical student, and they had to work on dogs to discover insulin. And we forget that they spent months and months of doing work on dogs. But they finally extracted insulin. And famously, Banting said that insulin is not a cure for diabetes. And he was very humble in his Nobel Prize speech to say that we still have a long way to go, because what we have found is a therapy to reduce the complications of diabetes, but it's not a cure. And 100 years since, we're still struggling to find a cure for diabetes. But there are some other aspects of insulin which have gone unnoticed. So this is an example of Leonard Thompson, who was the first individual to receive insulin. And you can see on the left is the individual with reduced fat in the body because of the effects of lack of insulin. And then clearly a few years later, he went on to live for a long time. But insulin has a number of other components which have also advanced science. And I want to give you a couple of those examples. One, I just mentioned that. The second one is Frederick Sanger. Once insulin was discovered, it took about 3 decades to really sequence the insulin protein. And this sequencing was done in a basic science lab, obviously, not working on patients. But finding the sequence of the insulin protein was critical because that allowed us to begin to look at other ways to model insulin as a therapeutic. The other important discovery at the same time was by Dorothy Hodgkin and Guy Dodson, who went on to solve the structure of insulin. So on the one hand, you have sequencing of the insulin protein, and on the other hand, you have structure of the insulin, which would lead the way to begin to look at what are the therapeutic molecules which could be fashioned along the insulin molecule, for example, and also learn about how antibodies to insulin might be triggering defects. And then, of course, I'm sure all of you remember Rosalind Yalow, who also received the Nobel Prize in '77, who set up the first radioimmunoassay to measure hormone, the hormone in blood, and now we use that very routinely, right? So it's a lot of work which went on to figure out the first radioimmunoassay. And finally, of course, you know about Eli Lilly's Humulin, which is the first recombinant protein, which built on the discoveries that were done in these aspects. So again, here's an example of sustained work which goes on in the background, but clearly involves a lot of clinicians and basic scientists working together. In many cases, clinicians also doing basic science in their own labs. So I'll just give you one example of what's cooking on the insulin front from my own reading, because we keep tabs on what's happening at the Jocelyn, where I work. So as I mentioned, we know the structure of insulin. A number of things have been known about insulin, and several studies have made us understand other peptides which behave like insulin. So I won't go into great detail here, but just give you an example. Let me see if I can use the slide here. So for example, you have insulin, which is used for chemical warfare by fish hunting cone snails. So this gives us a different perspective of insulin as opposed to its glucose lowering effect. But in that context, there are 2 examples I want to give, which are happening right now as we speak, with implications for type 1 diabetes. One is the discovery of viral insulin-like peptides, which are known to activate the insulin IGF-1 receptor. So these insulin-like peptides in the viruses have been discovered over the last few years. And this would have implications for type 1 diabetes because we know that there are some components of or types of type 1 diabetes which may or may not be associated with viral infections and so on. And whether these viral insulin-like peptides have an effect on initiating insulin deficiency or combating insulin effects is something that is being explored. The second observation, which is exciting, is a gut microbial peptide, which is able to mimic type 1 diabetes pathogenesis. So these are two examples where you have research still going on in the insulin action field and taking and building on what has already been observed in terms of insulin effects on glucose uptake. So please keep note on these two observations, which we think would have some implications on type 1 diabetes, a viral insulin-like peptide and potentially a gut microbiome peptide, which may have implications. So currently, as I mentioned, these are the structures which have been worked out in terms of the viral insulin-like peptides. The second example, again, builds on something that has been an area of work for a number of years, including my own lab. Stem cells and diabetes, we know the stem cells became a big observational discovery many years ago. And since then, how exactly that would be important for diabetes has been pursued for quite a bit of time. But it doesn't mean that you have a cure for diabetes yet. But I'll just give you a few things which have been developed over the course of the last 10 years. So these two guys, John Gurdon, in 1962, made the observation of reprogramming, but is actually built to fruition by Shinya Yamanaka. So these guys got the Nobel Prize in 2012, that mature cells can be reprogrammed to become pluripotent. So what exactly does this mean? It just means that you can derive pluripotent stem cells from patient somatic cells. So for example, you have skin cells, or you can take adipocytes or peripheral blood cells. And from that, you can make you can use a number of approaches of reprogramming, shown here, and develop pluripotent stem cells. Now, why are these pluripotent stem cells important? They're important because you can use these stem cells to make any cell type in the body. So that would allow you to begin to use it as a therapeutic. And one classic therapeutic which has gone on to be developed is replacement of certain cells in the eye to cure eye disease. So clearly those types of experiments are still ongoing, but it gives you one example of what is possible. So the question coming back to diabetes is, can we use these diabetic human-induced pluripotent stem cells from, for example, from individuals with monogenic forms of diabetes, type 1 diabetes, or type 2 diabetes, and develop them into pancreatic beta cells, and then put them back into the patient? So that is something that has been in vogue for some time now. And I just want to give you one example of 3 different studies where you have functional pancreatic beta cells which have been generated. But I just want to emphasize again that without the discovery of stem cells, maybe 15 or 20 years ago, you wouldn't be in this stage where you can now generate functional pancreatic beta cells in vitro. And as you know, Vertex has undertaken a clinical trial where they can now inject or they can transplant beta-like cells between the shoulder blades subcutaneously, individuals with type 1 diabetes who have brittle type 1 diabetes, very poorly controlled type 1, and they are able to show that they produce C-peptide. But we're still far away. There are still many challenges which remain in terms of stem cell therapy. And these challenges are as follows. One is, can we make enough numbers? So over a period of time, we make 1,000 cells, 1,000,000 cells, 1,000,000,000 cells. So that continues to be a problem, and that needs good medical practice. It needs to be expanded in the lab. There has to be virtually a 0% chance that it's going to be tumorigenic because we're going to put them into patients. So generation of adequate numbers of safe cells is still a challenge in terms of the stem cells. What are the long-term and off-target effects? When you develop these cells at the bench and put them back into the patient, will that become a component of long-term complications? We don't know that. We don't know that until we try it. So there are limitations in that context. The third one is still a huge challenge. So we know that the beta cells is in the abdomen and it's in the portal circulation. So we can't put these pancreatic beta-like cells that you make from the stem cells into the pancreas. We all know that, taking a biopsy from the pancreas is a no-no because it just initiates insulitis, pancreatitis, sorry. And so we can't put these beta cells into its original native space. So that's a huge challenge because the portal circulation drains into the liver. The liver sees the insulin as the first hit, and that removes most of the insulin and then goes into systemic circulation. And that is what we are trying to aim at. So abdominal adipose tissue is a site which people are thinking about, which drains into the portal circulation. But then again, you have issues of whether it causes inflammation of the adipose tissues in that region. How can we take out a small sample to make sure it's not tumorigenic? So right now, it's being put between the shoulder blades and the back, where you can take it out regularly to make sure it's not tumorigenic. But you can see it's in the systemic circulation, far away from the portal. And that leads to an imbalance between glucagon and insulin. So it's still a challenge in terms of how to have therapeutics. So we're still very far away from having stem cells as a quick therapy for diabetes. So the last example I want to give, again, keeping in mind the new developments, is genome editing in diabetes. I'm sure many of you have heard about genome editing, and it's a term, again, which involves a hard molecular biology. I won't go into great detail here. I know that Dr. Arvind is looking at it very carefully, not to go into too much detail into molecular biology, but I'll give you a few examples of homologous recombination, zinc finger nucleases, which are able to facilitate gene correction. But this new development of the CRISPR-Cas9 as a tool to understand genetics and, most importantly, to intervene has developed over the last several years. So CRISPR stands for clustered, regularly interspaced, short palindromic repeats, is a microbial immune system that is used to prevent infection by viruses. So this is developed by two basic scientists, Jennifer Doudna and Emmanuel Charpentier, who received the Nobel Prize in Chemistry as recently as 2020. And these two individuals using CRISPR-Cas9 have now allowed a very smart way of trying to do genome editing. So essentially what you can do, for example, the patient got thalassemia, you can take the blood sample from that individual, you correct the defect in the blood samples, you expand those blood samples in the bench and put it back into the individual. And that has been used successfully. And that just gives you the power of CRISPR-Cas9 as a therapeutic. So there are some caveats here too. So choosing the right gene is important that is best hit by CRISPR. So you can't do this for all genes, but there are certain genes that you can do. You also have off-target effects. You need to make sure that you don't have off-targets by thorough screening. You have to use artificial intelligence and bioinformatics tools to make sure that you're avoiding off-targets. Indels stands for random insertions and deletions. So as we speak, we have a number of mutations in our body going on. The skin cells and all different cell types. But the body is so smart that it deletes all the ones which are not necessary for us. So that built-in mechanism becomes an issue when you put this CRISPR-Cas9 approach, because we're all born with this automatic deletion of mutant cells, which is occurring all the time. It's only in cancer you have this automatic mutation not being corrected. But you don't want to introduce that, but that's a caveat for gene editing. So there are a number of uses of CRISPR-Cas9. One is cancer immunotherapy has been used, treatment of hereditary diseases, as I mentioned, as well as viral infection. So many approaches of genome editing have been used for therapy. That is my third example of how basic science progresses. But I think that essentially speaking, going back to the title of my talk, if you really want a very powerful therapeutic and want to take care of a patient very well, just like you're having a spectacular house, you have to start at the bottom. And there's no way that you can get around without having a good foundation and laying the work brick by brick. And I think, and I hope that clinicians will contribute to this by being involved actively, but not passively, because patient care is important, but I think simultaneously being involved in basic science would be the ultimate sort of goal for us to move this step faster. So let me say thanks for your attention and happy to take questions.
Thank you, Dr. Kulkarni. Please join us here and we'll have question and answers at the end.
Dear friends, give big round of applause to our dear friend, Professor Dr. Shaini Nair, whom I invite to the dais. Dear friends, Dr. Shaini Nair is a proverbial cardiologist from the city of Trivandrum. I had a great opportunity to spend 3 years in Trivandrum, where we met almost every week. He is a cardiologist of repute, but what makes him distinguished is his love for science. You know, I remember, Tiny, when I was there, JNC7 came, and you came to discuss about JNC7. Whatever advances in cardiology, hypertension that is unveiled in that particular region, next week you will be there to speak about it. His diction, his delivery, the content of his lectures are absolutely fabulous. He is a down-to-earth person, and I must tell you that the deliberations that he gives across the country, pan-India, are loved by everybody. He's a must sought-after speaker, and during the webinars that we had during and after the pandemic, Tiny has been the presiding officer over all the webinars. To make a long story short, here is a person who combines science, absolutely power of delivering the science for everybody and making changes in the practice essentials. Over to Tiny for his talk. Very, very beautiful title he's talking to us. It's about we have different based clinical care, experience based, intuition based, but what is going to speak to us, evidence based. We all clubbering evidence based clinical care, weighing the tools. He's going to weigh the tools that we have in the armamentarium for the evidence based clinical care. Tiny, all is yours.
Thank you and good evening. Good evening. Thank you. Thanks to Dr. Ekedas, sir. Unfortunately, my wife is not here to listen to all this. I just wish she would have been here. So we will be talking about evidence-based medicine, how to use the tools. And we are talking about an end user, right? The target is clinicians like you and me who'd go Monday morning and see 100 patients, right? It's not meant for Professor Kulkarni, not meant for Professor Mohan, Professor Ekedas, or Dr. Prasanna Kumar, who create evidence-based medicine. It is for us who just read and try to imbibe what is there and let us check what is there in the toolbox. Now, I've just taken out one paper, random paper, because the diabetic meeting, I thought it should be a diabetic paper. What does it say? Ethnicity-specific BMI diabetes risk in England. Okay, right. So I'm trying to read it. Now, let us consider the reality, right? What do 99% of us commoners, clinicians do? We would read the abstract, right? Because the rest of it is too tough for me, right? Okay, and then walk into the hall, closing and understanding that I have read everything and I know everything. But then there are some of us who are even more smarter, right? They would just read that interpretation over a cup of coffee. There's no time to even read the abstracts and then go out. But they don't feel bad about it simply because BMJ about 8 years back did a study and found that when you or me, we send a paper to a reputed journal, all that the editor does is read the abstract, right? They don't go into your paper. Anyway, I remember during COVID times, I'd send a paper to some journal. They answered back saying that we are not accepting COVID articles anymore. And believe me, it was nothing related to COVID. It was something with heart failure. Anyway, so the point is, even your journal editor reads only the abstract. So what BMJ did was something very interesting. BMJ created a spoof paper, right? The paper had a beautiful abstract with all kinds of statistical terms like Fisher's exact test, Crookes-Valleys numbers and all that looked very authentic. But the names of the authors were fake, the institutes were non-existent, and what was there inside the tables and the figures look excellent, but the text was all like, nothing. And then they send it to 300 individual journals, all peer-reviewed standard journals, right? Index journals. 157 of the journals preliminarily accepted the paper. So the first thing is reading abstract is not anything that you need to be shy of to admit. But then I would say that as a common clinician, in addition to that, look at the bottom line. What is there in the bottom line? Bottom line tells us what journal it comes from, right? So once you know it's from Lancet or NEJM or JCC or AJ or JAPI or Indian Heart Journal, you are on good grounds. Some people would have read the paper, looked into the statistics, and it is a good paper, right? So first, look at the journal. Second, our good tool is looking at who funded it. Look at that funding. National Institute of Health Research. Oh, good, right? Not some small pharma company who has come out with this paper. Next, we look at the number. Oh my God, 1.5 million people, right? And a follow-up for what? Follow-up for, I'm sorry, and a follow-up for 6.5 years. Excellent, right? So we know that yes, we are on solid grounds. And after that, what do we? All clinicians, we know, we take a magnifying glass and look for where is that p-value of less than 0.05. P-value less than 0.05, everybody knows that gives us the confidence that this paper is good, right? But there's a problem. This is a very interesting paper, if you have the time to read it, by Michael Cohen, who talks about p-values next to nuclear weapon are the worst invention of 20th century. Worst invention of 20th century. What are we talking about? So are we talking about P less than 0.05 is poor? I'll tell you what it is. Yeah, p-value is excellent, it's good, but also look at two things. The sample size and the effect size. Let's explain. So I decide to do a study and present it at the debate 2023, the type 2 diabetes study, and my study shows that the HbA1c by my new magic drug is reduced by 20%. Yes, it comes down from 7 to 5.5. I have an excellent new drug in my pocket and I present it. And at the end, somebody stands up and says, sir, but you have done on how many patients? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 patients? 6 patients? So that is not a point. You need to have a good sample size, right? So that is pointless. So next year, 2024, despite less than 0.05 p-value, next year I come with a study of 1,000 patients, right? And the 1,000 patient data shows that HbA1c reduced by 1%, which means HbA1c comes down from 7 to what, 6.93. Okay, p-value may be significant, but it has no value. So the point is, before you accept a p-value, look at sample size, look at effect size. Not just that. When you see a good p-value, most of us think that the study is very strong. Understand that we need to look at the endpoint. Well, the study can have an endpoint like death, can have an MI or stroke, very strong indeed. But the combined point might be little diluted by hospital admissions, might be even more diluted by NYHA class, just the symptomatic change, or some very vague biomarker or surrogates. It might be a little change of LDL by 5 mg%, or maybe blood pressure 1 millimeter added to the primary endpoint, and that might be why the p-value is 0.00001. So be careful when you take the p-value for a face value, look at what exact endpoints are we talking about. So when we were thinking that ESP less than 0.05 is something where we are sitting comfortable, it turns out it is not, right? So what do we do? What do we do? First thing is look at something which is new, and that is fragility index. What is fragility index? Right. Fragility index is defined as the number of events, understand it, number of events that need to be added onto the treatment arm to make the trial invalid. Means number of events, if you add it to the treatment arm, the p-value changes from less than 0.05 to more than 0.05, right? So what we're talking about is, it is this, how many people need to change sides to make the seesaw tilt onto the other side, right? So we will explain. So number of events needed to be added to the treatment. Why we're repeating it? Because it's important to change or make the trial invalid, shifting from less than 0.05 to more than 0.05. Let us try an example. So we have this 100 patients for a trial. Control CT is control 50 and treatment 50. So half 50. The control arm has a death of 20 people, 40% mortality, right? While the treatment arm, 10 people died. So mortality of 20%. So treatment arm 40%. I mean, control arm 40%, treatment arm 20%. So the p-value actually, if you calculate, it comes to 0.049. Well, this data came in European Society Heart Journal, right? So the absolute risk reduction is 40% death to 20% death, 20%. Relative risk reduction, 50%, because from 40 it came to 20. And what about the number needed to treat? Those who are familiar, it is 100 by ARR, right? So 100 by 25. So it's a very strong trial, right? When I was presenting this trial, my resident slowly comes and says, sir, there is a small problem. What? Sir, actually in the treatment arm, there were not 10 deaths, but actually 11 deaths. One was missed out. I just didn't look into it, right? 11 deaths. And when you make that 11, the p-value goes to 0.083. So in addition of one death, our trial from valid less than 0.05 becomes 0.083 invalid. So the fragility index is 1. So is it strong? No, not at all, right? So you might say, okay, do people do such trials? So this data came in how robust are treatments trials in heart failure about 3 years back, and look at that. These are the trials we should talk about. I have talked many times in many forums talking about how strong they are and how evidence-based medicine is built up, and look at that. The fragility index are all in single or just touching 10, right? And they're all top level trials, right? So the point is that there are some good trials also. Why do we all shout and talk about today SGLT inhibitors? Because if you look into the fragility index, look at that, 60s, 70s, right? Very strong fragility index. But some trials have a very feeble fragility index. But wait, there is something more. What is interesting is that, see, every trial, some patients may be lost to follow-up, right? We don't know what happened to them. Telephone calls, try and see, they're not traceable. We don't know what happened to them, right? Now, what happens if you're lost to follow-up is more than the fragility index? Let's say my trial's fragility index is 5. So if 5 people falls on the other side, my trial becomes invalid. And lost to follow-up, I have 20. So you'd ask, sir, if at least 5 of your 20 had shown that they had an event and they are lost to follow-up, doesn't your trial fall flat? The answer is yes. And there are a lot of trials. For example, one is RESPECT trial, stroke PFO closure. This trial has a fragility index of 1, lost to follow-up 67. Aristotle trial, right? We all talk about it. This is about apixaban versus warfarin. Nobody is saying that apixaban is not better than warfarin. I'm not saying that. But just look at the trial data. Fragility index is 12. Lost to follow-up 69. So there are a lot of trials where lost to follow-up numbers are much more than fragility index, and we need to be careful about that. So forget about the p-value fragility stuff and let us go to something else that we see so often now. And that is difficult to understand. People talk about time to event. See, most of these new trials, they talk about time to first event, time to first MI, time to first stroke, and of course, death, right? Time to event. So if you, for example, look into this is what, EMPA-REG, we have just taken one trial, look at that x-axis, all time, right? Not just the number of strokes that happened at the end of the trial, not just the number of MIs or people died at the end of 5 years, but it's a timeline as to when people get the first MI, the first stroke or die, right? So it's a time to first event, right? Now, let us try to understand how it is done. And you will find it pretty exciting, right? Let us say I am doing a trial. Okay, so I'm recruiting at that straight line, okay, for the trial, and the trial starts. And that is the timeline where the trial ends, right? So let us say I put patient number one, that horizontal line is patient number one. Patient starts, completes, patient is completing the trial. Second patient in the middle gets an event. He gets, let's say, an MI. Third patient gets a stroke, another event. Fourth completes this trial without any problem. Fifth person is opts out. He calls up and says, your trial is bogus, it's not helping me, I'm not coming at all. Next patient completes the trial. The next patient is not traceable, right? He is lost to follow. And the last patient completes the trial. So in this 8-patient hypothetical, you have 4 who completed trial, 2 has the event, 1 lost, 1 opts out, right? So how do we get the time to first event? Very simple, very simple. Look at that. First, the trick is eliminate all the vertical lines, right? Then eliminate all the top levels. Then eliminate everything else. So we are just left with what? Some straight lines, right? Some straight lines. We call them calendar time. Calendar time. So all we do is, see, some of them are short, some of them are little long, then longer. So we arrange them according to a length, from short to long, or you can put from long to short, depending on how you want survival or death or event. So we have put them from calendar time to a serial time, arranging those bars from short to long and connecting their ends. We get the graph, and then it's easy. You get a time to first event graph. That is how a time to first event graph is constructed, right? And once you have that, things have become easier, right? You have a graph like that, you take a 12 months, draw a vertical line, touches the line, take an horizontal to the x-axis, and you say 12 months survival is 30%. Very easy, right? Once you have a time to event graph. Or you can go to 50%, draw a line there, draw a drop-down line and say the median survival in this trial is 6 months, whichever way you want to, right? Or let's say you have 2 drugs, group A, group B. You're trying to compare between the 2, right? So you draw a line at 50%, draw a drop-down line, and you can say between these 2 lines, I have a survival difference between these 2 groups from 2 years to 4 years, which means treatment to group 1, the new drug compared to the group 2 has increased the survival by clearly 2 years, right? So from time to event, let us take, today we know there are a lot of meta-analysis and observation studies. Don't bother about them. Once you open them, you see a flow chart like this happening. One of them is called strobe, one of them is called prisma. They have to follow the standard way of reporting to do a meta-analysis. Let us not look into it, because end user, you and me, we are not looking into all this, right? We see a picture like this. Okay, and we all know that in a meta-analysis, if you take, that is one study, for example, we look at that square box. What is that? Sample size, right? The box becomes larger if there are more samples. Box becomes small, very small if there are small samples. And we know those straight lines is 95% confidence interval. They tell about the precision of the study, right? Are they very precise, or are they big, right? So now look at another, let us take another one. Okay, so that is the box, talks about the sample volume, and that is about the confidence interval, right? Now, how do we know which of these trials are more powerful? Simple, simple. Instead of trying to look at the box and the whisker sizes, look at a column which is always there. We just neglect them, and it is called weight. Weight of the trial. Look at that. The top trial weighs 14%, and the bottom one weighs 30%. So obviously the bottom trial is more weighty. And how is weight determined? Weight is determined by a larger sample volume and a more precise trial. So a bigger box with a shorter whiskers gives you more weight. But don't look for it. It is clearly written there. Only we don't look into that. So after you see a meta-analysis of those forest graph, look for the weight chart and look for what is written there. If you have 30, that is more weighty than 15. But there is something more. There is something more. Suppose you have two small trials with weight which is smaller. But on the other side, they have a wide confidence interval, small numbers, low weight. On the other side, you have a big fellow, huge fellow. Now, if you have any one single trial in a meta-analysis, which is more than 50% weight, say, no, I've heard in a class that that is not valid. Because that 50% plus study may pull everything in a meta-analysis to his side, despite every other study going to the opposite side. So that's why we said that if you have one study weighing more than 50%, say that, no, I think evidence-based medicine-wise, this meta-analysis does not appeal to me. I've heard that this may not be very strong. You might say, does it happen? Yeah, see, this is one of those random studies I've just taken out. Okay, this is a beta blocker trial. Look at that. One box is huge. And if you look at that weight, what is that? 59.8. And that is pulling the beta blocker study onto the left, right? So you would say that, no. There isn't study which is more than 50% weight. I will not accept this meta-analysis as valid because it is that particular box which is pulling everything on to the left. We know that when we look at a meta-analysis, we always look at, is it homogeneous or is it heterogeneous? For example, homogeneous, this is heterogeneous. This is very easy, right? Everybody can make it out. But when we see a graph like this, don't try to see how do I know homogeneous or heterogeneous. Simple. You look at the bottom writing, you see that there's a p-value. And the p-value is 0.40, so which means it is not significant. So test for heterogeneity is not significant, which means it is homogeneous. But there is one simple clue to it, which many don't look at it, and that is called an I-square value. The I-square value is basically a variance value that tells you is a series of trials homogeneous or non-homogeneous. Okay, this is what? 3.4, highly homogeneous. So here is how it goes. If you have something between 0 and 40, it is homogeneous. Anything more than 40 tends to be heterogeneous. So look at the I-square value at the bottom of your meta-analysis and take a decision if it's homogeneous or heterogeneous. So there are many of them. See, this I can't make out. Is it homogeneous or heterogeneous? But look at that. I-square is 73.2. So despite an hazard ratio of 0.8, I would say, no, this is an heterogeneous trial. Right? I don't accept it as homogeneous because the I-square value is 73.2. We end up with the last point is something you must be hearing now called a win ratio. So the problem of a time to event is that when we talk about a time to first event, understand the subsequent events are excluded. A patient in a trial gets an MI. Then we don't wait for him to develop another stroke, right? Or he gets a stroke. We don't wait for an MI to happen. So even if he dies 6 months later, that is not captured in a time to event trial. So that's a problem. And that's why we devise this, what is called a win ratio. In win ratio, so subsequent events may be more important than the first event, which we might miss out. And also understand that MI or stroke may be more important than hospitalization. And a death may be more important than MI or stroke, right? So what is done is simple. In a group, you see the blue are the one that has received the drug. Let's say gray are the one that has not received the drug. So in a group, you try to match. And this kind of matching, pair matching, is called a propensity matching. So we find an exact match of a person in that group, trial group, received a drug versus, let's say, a person has not received a drug. And then we take it out in a box. Whoever is not matched is clearly excluded. So only the matched ones are taken out. They're called propensity matching. And then we calculate win or loss of each of these pairs and then take a p-value. So early event is a loss, late event is a win. Major event is a loss, minor event is a win. And that's why we calculate. You might say, are they coming in? Yes, if you see the SGLT2 trial with empagliflozin called the impulse trial, see, they have looked into the win ratio. So this particular nomenclature of evidence-based medicine is going to come to you. So it's better be prepared to listen to an understanding win ratio. So this is just came about 2 weeks back, where the ACC had published this saying the changing face of clinical trials. So clinical trials are changing, evidence-based medicine source is changing. So as a common clinician who don't understand statistics, we need a calculator to do simple calculations. We need to know what is new. And to know that, we should understand that the tools are changing. So the question is, have we adapted to it? Thank you for your time and attention.
Dear friends, I'll request Dr. Ainaya to take this seat here, and Dr. Prasanna Kumar will be moderating questions. Due to lack of time, we'll be taking about 2 questions to each
Yeah.
of the speaker.
Any questions to Dr. Kulkarni as well as Stein and I?
Yes.
Yeah, please use the mic.
Mic.
Others? Okay. Dr. Karnan, yes.
Welcome to Chennai, Dr. Kulkarni. Yeah. Your Jocelyn is our foundation for our diabetes examination. It is unfortunate that we don't even have a basic lab for our endocrinology department. And I would request, or I would tease them for not doing anything for the endocrinology basic sciences in this state. The question is that the regenerative medicine, it opens a wide horizon, and it also imposes big challenges. See, the question is whether endocrine to beta or alpha to beta or the intestine to beta, because beta cells are not alone, that paracrine secretion. So what is the regulation? Is it dangerous at times? So the alternative is that, is there a possibility of producing human organs in animals, the chimeric, all those things? So it is not that I'm not finding fault with you. I want you to go in depth so that one day you will come out with a good solution. Very well. We had seen your Ronald Khan in IDF and all. So once again, thanks. I hope that sometimes later you will come and introduce, open our basic science department in Madras Medical College. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. I think great comment. I have got one question to ask you. In the new study curriculum, Rohit, that the undergraduates are exposed to clinical medicine in the first and second year. And there is also a talk about the integrated teaching. What are the tools to integrate, as you rightly showed, the basic science to the applied clinical science, patient care and research?
Yeah, no, that's a great point. I think one of the things we've been discussing in some aspects of this integration, one of the iterations was to begin to allow students in the first year to spend, 2 weeks, 3 weeks in a lab setting where they're doing work on basic research, but without diluting the fact that this will go on to clinical care. But I think that emphasis that this is a bridge to clinical care is missing. And so we lose very bright minds during the first year who might be interested in science, continuing science, because when you're reading biochemistry, anatomy, and physiology, many of us were fascinated by how things are done at that stage. And we lose that excitement as we go on to, pathology, microbiology, and then finally you reach medicine and surgery and obs-gynae, and then you've forgotten all the excitement that has led to that. So to maintain that, we still think that every year, it may be good to allow students to spend 3 weeks or 4 weeks in different labs, but just to keep that excitement going. And that has been done in some schools, which are linked with the United States.
Add a line to it. I think the most important thing, sir, is that even when we go into clinical science today, the system is geared that always the carrot is good practice and the monetary benefits, which comes only when you practice clinical science in India, right? So the bright minds, all of us who were good at it, we didn't go for it because you have the carrot of practice and your fame and everything. If I do basic science, nobody is going to pay me and I am not known to anyone in India. I think things are changing, and with the kind of data you have shown, we can encourage certainly young minds and move them in the right direction.
And I feel that is not enough. We have done this. As you said, first MBBS when I was a teacher, I said, how many of you are interested in research? Come after 4:30. Let me talk to you about research, methodology and other things. 15 people come. At the end of it, at least 5 or 6 produce some paper. and most of them are related to that, maybe simple measurements and all. Continuing that, what we need, even 20 years back, we discussed what we need is MD PhDs. You do MBBS, practitioner. You do MD, practitioner. And because physicians don't understand basic science, and it does not happen. Now, Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore, there are two people who have donated 700 crores. There'll be 600-bed hospital purely for research. And they are trained right from first MBBS, not just patient care. It is for research in various fields, molecular biology, biochemistry, everything. With an idea, they'll take probably only 60 students. These 60 students will do only research beyond that. I think we should have done 20 years back. If we had done it 20 years back, maybe a lot of them like Kulkarni would have been doing good work here, because I see a lot of basic science in Indian Institute of Science last 30 years. Ask them what have you done? Sir, we churn out PhDs. What do they do? We teach all these things, flow cytometry, molecular biology. They go to Europe for 5,000 euros, you work, have 5 papers at the end of it. I mean, so much of money, efforts is gone. They cannot accommodate them in Indian Institute of Science. Now that will not happen. Hopefully another 2-3 years, these MD PhD, I think it's 5 years course after PUC or 6 years course, MD PhDs. These are the people I think is a hope for the future. Without innovation, basic science, as Tiny Nair said, we go on nothing but repeatability, nothing innovation. Hopefully it will happen.
I think you have said the correct thing. What Prasanna is referring to is the new medical college started in the campus of the IISc, Institute of Science in Bangalore, which is exactly on the principle he explained. And it's a out of the world institute they're trying to build. Thank you, Prasanna, for mentioning it. And there are also some replica of it in some programs in UK where they have MD, PhD. Yes, one more question, we have time. Yeah. Oh, time is over. Dear friends, we have to respect time, but dear friends, whoever decided for the session has to give a big round of applause. Dear friends, everything starts from basics. What we are today is because of our roots, whether it's molecular mimicry that you showed of the virus to diabetes, type 1 diabetes, or the intestinal microflora. The 4 examples you gave are great. And the example you gave of a evidence-based medicine, how to tease it out, how to arrive at the root of the evidence was great. Big round of applause for Dr. Rohit Kulkarni and for Dr. Nair. Excellent, excellent topics.
Thank you, sir. We all had a wonderful session. So we'll take a very quick break. We'll just take a 5 to 10 minutes break so that we can divide the halls. And another 5 to 10 minutes, we will be having scientific sessions in all the 3 halls. Thank you.
Hello, check 1, 2.
So, so let's start back. So to have the state of the art lectures, so may I invite Dr. Arpal Singh Malhotra, who is the head medical services for Apollo Sugar Clinics Pan India. And to co-chair, I may invite Dr. Kannan, a good friend of mine, who is a consultant diabetologist at Chandra Diabetes Center, Chennai. Over to you.
Good evening, one and all. So welcome to State of Art Lectures. So dear friends, we know that we are here, we have learned a lot of things on type 2 diabetes remission. We learned about the multiple trials, including RCTs, we learned a lot of meta-analysis, and we know about learning of the director also. Now we have the unique topic on whether the possibility of type 1 diabetes remission. We have been heard that it is maybe some partial remission, maybe some complete remission as a honeymoon phase. But our professor, our mentor, Professor K.M. Prasannakumar sir, going to elude and enlightening on this important topic on remission and cure of type 1 diabetes is a reality or pipe dream. Sir is the consultant endocrinologist and medical director, Center for Diabetes Endocrine Care Center, Bengaluru. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Chairperson Harpal Singh and Dr. Kannan. Good evening, everybody. This is a talk which starts from probably 40, 50 years back, and then maybe it will take another 50 years. The topic that is given to me is remission and cure of type 1 diabetes. Is it a reality or is it just a pipe dream? I don't have any conflict of interest for this talk. As you know, more than 30 million people around the world have type 1 diabetes. It may be as young as 1 year and it may be as old as 60 years also. And there was a report few months back from NEJM, 83-year-old man, first time detected type 1 diabetes. Unlike what people think it can occur any age, you must have read Dr. Mohan's paper. It's probably the largest from India, and not only children, in adults also. And he has defined how the type 1 diabetes was diagnosed in adult population also, follow-up of them and complication. Of course, treatment of type 1 diabetes, we have heard so much. It is insulin injection, basal bolus dose, very expensive, complicated, and probably insufficient because majority of them, not even 10% of them achieve the A1C required 7%. So what is it that we want? We want to know before cure, why should we try to have remission or cure in diabetes? This is the IDF atlas, and this atlas only shows less than 5% or more than 5%. If you look at it, countries which have got a very high the prevalence here, that North America, as well as the Scandinavian countries and some parts of this Middle East and all, then slightly less, and then you see India here less than 5. That is less than 5 per lakh population as such. And this is what our friend Graham Ogle has produced a paper. And if you look at it, according to him, at least there are 8 million type 1 diabetics in India. And the figure, what if you believe the IDF, because IDF does not update every year and all that, that's about 1.5 to 2 lakhs. But according to Ogle, it is 8 lakhs. So probably there is a huge gap in it. What is the method? Mathematical model. And not only that, the Ogle's paper said, what is the healthy years last? Whether you are diabetic detected 5 years or whether you are detected 6. Globally, for every 2 people with living with type 1, we miss a third person who should be alive today. That means the mortality is high. Though therapies get better and better, burden gets worse because of it. And type 1 diabetes on track to become one of the world's largest dangerous chronic disease of similar scale and impact as HIV. So thus, it is not treatment, prevention, or probably cure. This is what we are looking at. And if you see Africa, probably 40, 50 years of lifespan. Maybe a few decades back in Cameroon, if a child has diabetes, the average expected life was only 6 months. I think it has exceeded. All of us have seen people have taken insulin 30 years, 40 years. Some of our patients have taken 50. The oldest I know, 1981 type 1 diabetes, he is still coming to me. That means 41 years, married, children, even grandchildren also. So according to Graham Ogley, 1,75,000 people die prematurely from type 1. 52,600 of these will be less than 25 years. 35,000 deaths less than 20 years will be from non-diagnosis. And 14,000 in sub-Saharan Africa, 8,700 in the South Asia also. Average expectancy of a child 10 years develops type 1 in India is 24 years. They will live until they are 34 years. 5 further healthy life years will be lost from diabetes complication, time spent managing that. So we had a different model, same mathematical model. We worked with Harvard, and this is what we had. We published in 2022. Oakley came somewhere in November, and came later. Estimating total incidence of type 1 in children, adolescent age 0 to 19 from 1990 to 2050, a global simulation model. Because type 1 diabetes is not a notifiable disease like COVID or cholera or whatever typhoid. So cases are missed. Thus, you see, forget all others. If you take South Asia and such, look at the number who are there, detected, number not detected, percentage diagnosed, undiagnosed, especially elderly people. Many times you see somebody is on basal bolus dose, she's diabetic 20 years, and then you see what happened. In spite of that HbA1c 10, 11, that's the time you start thinking, is it type 2? Yes, she was on tablet 10 years. Now from type 2, you can go to type 1. These are not watertight compartments because from insulin sufficiency, insulin resistance, insulin excess, insulin deficiency, lot of these patients come. Apart from first time detected type 1 at 30, 40, 50, 60 also. So this is what we see. And if you see, this is what is known as type 1 diabetes index as such. United States probably has the 14,47,000. India has 8,60,000. This is a number. But do we have any record? Definitely not. And again, 10 highest countries, highest prevalence, less than 20 years. First is India, 2,82,000. That is highest type 1 prevalence below 20 years, and other countries follow like this. So this is what India type 1 prevalence case in 22, less than 20, 20 to 60, and 60 plus. This is the total number. So the number is huge and mortality is high. And that is why the incident cases, as you can see here, maybe 78,000 new cases are added. So what should be our strategy? The strategy, of course, right now is only that new target for reduced complication because they are already detected, biosimilar insulin, novel insulin therapies to the extent of artificial pancreas. Somebody can have artificial pancreas, that is closed loop system, AGP. Probably majority of them can have a good control nearer to 7, if not everybody is 7. What is this important is, can we prevent? Let us say 10 years from now, no child in the world is having type 1 diabetes, greatest. What about those who are already there? Then whether you can have induction of immune balance, reduction of beta cell injury, or beta cell growth factors. That's what Dr. Kulkarni is working on, the rejuvenation or replication of beta cells and stem cell derived beta cells. So this is what I'm going to discuss, not in depth, in short about it. To understand that, you should have seen this modified Eisenbach's natural history of type 1 diabetes. The crucial thing in the whole thing is beta cell. Unlike type 2 diabetes, where you have got 6, 8, or 12 pathogenic mechanism each medicine, here the center of action is beta cell mass, which is 100%. And you see there is an interaction between susceptibility and protection genes. We know at least susceptibility. We don't know protection genes, whether it's type 1 or type 2. Why somebody does not, why somebody get. We know probably what are the factors which are responsible, what are the factors which is preventing. Why I'm not diabetic at 70 years. I don't have any susceptible. I may be having some protective factors which we don't know. Same thing here. Immune dysregulation, environmental triggers, then insulitis. It's not insulinitis, insulitis. Insula is island, right? And within that island, there are beta cell, inflammation of the insula, insulitis. Then you see the environmental triggers, antibodies, GAD antibody, islet cell antibody, IA2 antibody, or zinc transporter antibody. All these antibodies are there. Subsequently, the beta cell result comes down. There's an asymptomatic stage. over diabetes. Most of us diagnose 99.999 at this stage. The question is, if you know the natural history from here to here, what are the window of opportunity to prevent the progression, onset of diabetes, or even reverse it? That's what we are going to talk here. This appears to be a very complicated case, but it is not so. Here is beta cell. Look at what happens here. Beta cell antagonists are there. Then you got insulin antibodies here. And then ultimately you see native T cells is triggered, inhibition of T cells, activation, that is one process. Cytokine antagonist are there. You can have an intervention here, here, or here. This is what I was telling you, beta cell regeneration. Last 2 to 3 decades, Dr. Kulkarni is working in Joslin or Harvard to see, because even at the end of 30 years, 15 years back, a paper was produced. After 3 decades of type 1 diabetes, when they did highly sensitive C-peptide assay, still there was residual C-peptide. Don't think everybody has 0. So if they have some amount of residual, a highly sensitive C-peptide assay, that means there are still beta cells, whether we can regenerate. This is what he is working at. So that means there is a window of opportunity from here to here at various stages, we can interfere. Single agent or approach seems unlikely to halt disease progression in all patients with or without risk, because opportunities for tissue-specific prevention of progressive loss of beta cell function survival. I think some of you must have heard this talk 2 days back, whether type 1 or type 2. You are all looking at humoral antibodies circulating. What about the tissue antibodies? We don't have method of testing. Do you have any intervention to stop that? And that is what is important. Results point to feasibility, safety, tolerability of administration of islet autoantigens and peptide thereof recipient who are at high risk of diabetes. How can you say who is at high risk of diabetes? Which stage here you can detect? Here, 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 or here. And what is it that you have got? Genes, or whether you can see antibodies. Yes, studies have shown that if people have 2 or 3 antibodies out of these 5, more chance. There were German diab studies, follow-up of up to 7 to 9 years, right from the time they are born. They checked antibodies, first year, second year, third year. Children who are more susceptible, if they check their antibody, if you have 2 to 3 antibody, more chance. What are the 5 autoantigens? Insulin, insulin autoantibody, GAD antibody, which we are extensively using for diagnosis, insulinoma-associated antigen, IA2 antibody, zinc transporter 8 antibody. We published a paper about 10 years back in about 100 type 2 and type 1 diabetics. And then we found that zinc transporter antibody was present much longer than islet cell antibody. Then we said it should replace the islet cell antibody. And tetrasparin 7 antibody. This is a new one. What is this? T-span 7 is an islet autoantigen involved in autoimmune type 1 diabetes, known to regulate beta cell L type of calcium channel activity. Role of this in pancreatic beta cell function is not yet fully understood. So here are these things. Can we develop vaccines? And so that we can prevent diabetes, those children are prone or given, just like what you see today, polio is out of the world, smallpox is not there. This is what I heard 50 years back, 1988. I gave a talk about same thing, prevention of diabetes and immunological therapy and all, 40 minutes. After that, a old gentleman came, very nice talk, ornamental talk. Said, what is it? Nothing will happen next 50 years. Gentlemen, you must have done your DM recently. What he said 50 years, 35 years is also true. 1988, next talk on this is 2023. So these are all the things, but science has changed. But people were talking next 10, 20 years, we'll have vaccine for it. Molecular the fifth 3D membrane glucoprotein, that is GLIMA, is unknown. GLIMA antibodies have been detected only by immunoprecipitation. Only tetrasparin 7, a multipass transmembrane glycoprotein with neuroendocrine expression, had physical characteristics expected of GLIMA. So that's why this tetrasparin 7 was confirmed as autoantigen by demonstrating binding to antibodies in type 1. So this is the Swedish trial where they have used vaccination for GAD65 and a novel first class in therapy for that. It offers a compelling therapeutic option, but you have to wait for the results. Again, you know that the environmental factor is viruses. Coxsackie virus B is the one common. So viruses, this vaccine have been developed to see how far it will be useful. So humoral, oral insulin, all of you have seen that it did not have the results. GAD antibody alum vaccination. HLA genotype may be better stratifier because we know there are certain HLA typing who are more prone for it. Cell mediated, what I was talking, immune monitoring of a pro-insulin DNA vaccination trial suggested inverse association between changes in CD8 T cell autoimmunity to the antigen coded by the vaccine with changes in beta cell. What is the future immunotherapy? Because people have used these vaccines, people have used the immunosuppressive. We started from somewhere in 90s, cyclosporin and all. None of them have been useful. I was involved in 3 to 4 trials. If you ask the result, disappointing. Given the active role of beta cells in dialogue with immune system, it might be attractive to combine immune modulators with drugs relieving beta cells of their stress, like Ugaron, like peptide and lung. So this is what the future is. So we have discussed about immunotherapy, building a bridge to cure diabetes. What about stem cell? Today you must have heard just previous talk by Rohit Kulkarni. There are 2 types, pancreatic transplant, islet cell transplant. Cadaveric transplant, yes, that is coupled with immunosuppression can cure diabetes. The scarcity of acceptable islets is problematic. We had a 14-year-old girl and 4 years diabetic, then renal failure. Obviously, it's not due to diabetes. And we treated her, then she went into renal failure. We were looking for kidney transplant. We got a call. Can you send the girl tomorrow? We will have renal as well as pancreatic transplant from a cadaver. Somebody brain dead. Had to collect 29 lakhs by funding within 24 hours, Chitra and others. And she got dual transplant, pancreatic as well as the kidney transplant in Bangalore. First class. Creatinine was 1.1 or 0.9 something, off insulin 1 month, perfectly well. 1 month later, the kidney failure started. So renal graft was rejected. 1 month later, she got COVID and she died 15 days later. So this is how, don't think it is as simple. People ask, Madam, is there cure? Can this child be cured? Every mother you see first day, nothing goes to their head. Can this be cured? Can this be cured? Can this be cured? That's all they want. They don't want to hear 4 times insulin, 4 times monitoring, glucometer, pump, all that they don't at all. So this is how it is not easy pancreatic transplant. Every year on average, 30,000 people in the US are diagnosed type 1, whereas average 1,000 pancreas are donated. Huge gap. Imagine in India what it is. And they need lifelong immunosuppressive drugs. And they not only increase the risk of developing infection, malignancy, but drugs are very, very toxic. So the answer is probably islet cell transplant. Here is the donor, and you take the islet cells and then modulate them, inject it into the capsule of the liver. Just now, Rohit Kulkarni was telling on the back. Now, the best place is here in the liver, and it can sense, it can work like that. It looks like a pipe dream. A study demonstrated transplanting human embryonic cell-derived insulin-producing cells shielded in capsules made with optimized biomaterial can achieve long-term cure in diabetes. Okay, I got beta cells, put it in a capsule, put it there below the capsule of the liver. So your immunosuppressives are not necessary. That is the ideal thing. And if the body does not reject, it can still sense and produce insulin. So potential for generating insulin producing stem cell from embryonic stem cells was first demonstrated way back in 2000. Now 23 years over, people ask, sir, I read in Times of India, Deccan Herald, somebody has got cure. Because somebody claims so many things without going to science. And there are people, lot of people in Bangalore also, you pay 75,000 rupees, we are going to do stem cell therapy, we'll cure. Sir, I took the treatment. What did they do? They took bone marrow, filtered it, gave IV bone marrow, and then say this is the cure of it. After that, that person disappears. So we tell them, if there is a treatment, you are the first person I will tell you. The 2 main advantages of stem cell therapy are insulin injections and blood monitoring are not necessary. But under 20 micrometer high glucose stimulation, and you will see pancreatic stem cells derived islets generated from type 1 showed insulin secretion similar to what you see pluripotent cells, what we are talking. So it can potentially improve the glucose-stimulated insulin secretion, better control, better time. But the disadvantage like immune response, there are transplantation problems that you see, allogenic transplantation or autologous, key barrier is control of immune response. So however, that autologous transplant may be useful for avoiding rejection as such. Then disadvantage, there is potential for transplanted cells to become cancerous. Of course, early start has been used as an anti-obesity drug, selectively removed undifferentiated these pancreatic stem cells. Third disadvantage, insulin secretion of the transplanted cell may be insufficient. Many times 3 months, 6 months, after that, the mice at least, they are not working. So that is why we have to see it's good. This is one of the things how autologous transplant from donor, iPSC, and stem cell, and these are the ones that we use in these patients. This is the human pluripotent cells, and we can make out the beta cells here, which are shown as green as such. So this is what clinical trials have shown, the safety, efficacy, including optimal implant size and all that. So since first sibling donor card was also there, nowadays there is another thing. You can keep the cord blood of the child so that future it can be used for dependent. So take home message is cord blood stem cell is a unique type of stem cell because pluripotent cell can be made to work like the islet cells. Survival protection of this is crucial for treatment. To summarize my talk, treatment of type 1 diabetes with insulin injection expensive, complicated, insufficient. It is not available globally after 100 years. Still we have problems. Then while cadaveric islet transplant coupled with immunosuppressant can cure diabetes, scarcity of acceptable islets is a problem. Developmental research on pancreatic information has informed in vitro differentiation of human pluripotent cells to functional islets. Then the question again comes 100 years after discovery of insulin, we have the possibility of more breakthrough and a meaningful cure for insulin dependent. If not today, a reality, maybe in future, it will be a reality. A day will come, probably 100% prevention or even cure of those who are already diabetes, lakhs of people. I still have a hope that to be very optimistic, compulsive optimistic rather than telling nothing will be done. 40 years, lot of things have done. Maybe next 10, 20 years, it will no longer be a before I die, if I see this cure is available, I'll be the happiest person. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, sir, for the wonderful and phenomenal talk on the entire journey and the clinical insights of type 1 diabetes, right from the abdominal burden to the stem cell therapy, according to this era, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
So now we have our second speaker. Firstly, I would like to thank debate and primer team for this opportunity. Dr. Anjana RM, she doesn't need an introduction, but as a ritual would like to introduce her, and it's my honor and privilege to introduce her. She's MBBS, MD, Diploma in Diabetes and PhD. She is Managing Director and Diabetologist, Dr. Mohn's Diabetes Specialty Center. She is Vice President, Madras Diabetes Research Foundation, Chennai. She has many publications and research under her name. She has been represented as top women leader of the country in various magazines, newspaper of the country. Her topic today is the metabolic health of women in India, lessons for epidemiologic studies and implication for prevention and care. Over to you, Dr. Anjana.
Thank you very much, sir, for the kind introduction. At the outset, many thanks to KS Debate and Primer team for having me here today. I'm so happy to see Damodaran sir, my teacher, many colleagues sitting in the audience. I've been asked to talk about the metabolic health of women in India, lessons learned from epidemiology and its implication in prevention and care. And I have no conflict of interest to declare. So I'm going to take you through data from the ICMR INDIAB study, which is a national study on diabetes and related complications. So this is a cross-sectional door-to-door survey of adults aged 20 years and above, with the primary aim of trying to find out how much diabetes burden, or rather metabolic NCD burden, is there in the country. We have about more than 1 lakh individuals in this study. So if you look at the diabetes data from here, what we see is that about 10% of the population has diabetes. And are there differences between males and females? Not so much. The actual prevalence of diabetes is slightly higher in males than it is in females. But if you look at the state-wise heterogeneity, you'll see that it goes from about 4% right up to about 25, 26%. So just like everything else in our country, there's a huge heterogeneity in the diabetes prevalence rates, depending on the state that you're in. Are there differences between males and females? Not too much. Now, what about pre-diabetes? Traditional teaching has been that a third of those with pre-diabetes convert to diabetes, a third stay where they are, and a third kind of revert back to normal. But we know in our country that about 60% of all those diagnosed with pre-diabetes kind of rush into the stage of diabetes within the next 5 years or so. So here is a slide that's important because we have more pre-diabetes in this country in women than we do in men. So telling us that these ratios are possibly going to change in the near future. Again, if you look at the levels across the states, you'll see huge differences, but again, the bars being slightly higher for women than it is for men. What about other metabolic NCDs? Obesity is the new smoking, and here you have generalized obesity as measured by a BMI also being much, much higher in women of most ages, adult ages, compared to men. Abdominal obesity is a big problem. 1 in 2 women in this country are abdominally obese. And this is what is going to then transition into the pre-diabetes, diabetes scenario. Now, what about hypertension? Well, slightly higher in men, so about 30% overall, close to 35% for men, perhaps related to the more smoking that we have here, slightly less for women. Dyslipidemia, if you look at hypercholesterolemia, again, it's not too different between men and women, with prevalences being around 20 to 25%. We also have very little information on level of care. We talk so much about getting to an A1C of less than 7, a blood pressure of less than 140/90, having an LDL cholesterol of less than 100 or less than a 70. But how many people are actually there, and are there differences between men and women? This has recently come out in Lancet last year, April 2022, and these are the results. So how many people have good diabetes care? Men are in blue, women are in a pink. So A1C less than 7 is good, about 35% of the population. So this tells us that about 60-65% of the population are not there. Only those around 30-35% actually have their A1Cs below 7 in the entire population. Blood pressure less than 140/90. Again, differences between men and women. About half of those with diabetes do have their blood pressures under control. No statistical differences between men and women. Cholesterol shown here as total cholesterol, triglyceride, and LDL. Here you do see that women have less control than men. And you'll see the achievement of control, of good control, is slightly less for women than it is for men. Medication use, again, not too different between men and women. These are people, those with diabetes. Insulin use is about 11%. Everything else is OHA in the numbers shown here. 20 to 30% of people are on a blood pressure lowering agent, can be a calcium channel blocker, ACE, ARB, and a statin. About 15 to 20% only of those with diabetes are on a statin. What about complications? Here's a Venn diagram of microvascular disease. So you have retinopathy, overt nephropathy, and neuropathy shown here. And you'll see that the numbers are slightly higher for men than it is for women. So what have we seen so far? We look at what is different between men and women. Diabetes per se, not so different. Complication risk, not so different. Level of control, not so different. But what is different? What have we seen? Obesity levels are more in women. The pre-diabetes is more seen in women. And here come the major differences in men and women. Psychological factors, stress, anxiety, and depression. Here we start seeing huge differences between the genders. So the prevalence of depression, again, men are in blue, women are in pink. The prevalence of depression, stress, and anxiety are all much higher in women than they are in men, whether these are people with diabetes or even normal. Shown here are those with diabetes, but we also have this data in normals. And plenty of social factors. So when we come to the treatment of diabetes, whether you have the availability, accessibility, all this is different from a woman than it is for a man. So lack of independence. If you tell a woman to go for a walk, usually she needs a man to accompany her. So either a son, a husband, someone has to go. Ask a woman to go to a gym, someone has to take her. Right? And I'm not talking about the few people we see in urban Chennai or Delhi or Mumbai. Look at India as a whole. Look at the rural areas. Look at peri-urban areas, right? So there, this lack of independence, societal norms, a girl who's reached puberty, up to there, boys and girls are fine. You know, they're running around and playing. The minute a girl attains puberty, the rules set in. Don't go out after 6 p.m. You can't go alone here. You can't play in the field because boys are there. You can't go to the gym because boys are there. You can't do this. You can't do that. Stay at home and be a good girl. Now, how exactly is she supposed to get her exercise in every day? Okay, so how is she supposed to do any of this? So all these societal norms are created by whom? It's created by us, right? And it's no different for a diabetic woman. Unequal access to healthcare. So this woman, again, needs somebody who's going to pay the bill, okay, unless she's a working woman, which is again, go to a rural area, go to cement. Not many are working, not are earning, right? So she needs either a son or a husband or somebody to keep supporting her medication use, her doctor visits. Everything is decided by the male member of the family. Lack of social support. It's very difficult for this woman to be, suppose, woe begone, right? Suppose the man is the diabetic in the family. You'll see the wife cooking special meals for him. Everything special. Avarku paniyache, avarku paniyache. You'll see them saying, right? Now let's see if the woman is the only diabetic member in the family. She'll say, how to cook only for myself, my son, my husband, they eat. No, how to cook without salt, without thing, how to cook. She'll be telling you these things. And if you sit there as a clinician, you'll be listening and you'll be like, why not? Why not you? Right? So these are things that are accepted. There's all kinds of abuse that a woman still faces in this country. And herein comes the differences in access and reaching care. Economic factor, we talked about illiteracy and ignorance. Most often women are also very comfortable. You tell them a prescription, you tell them take A drug, B drug, you know, they'll say, avarkitta sollidunga. You know, so it's a man who's listening to her prescription, giving her her pills, doing these things, you know. So again, education, low income, unemployment, all of these things do actually play a huge part in getting to a woman to her target goals if she's diabetic. Then comes the lifestyle factors, and this is my always favorite part. Dietary factors. Shown here is from INDIAB, dietary differences in various parts of the country. These are cereals. So the brown is wheat, the white is white rice, and there's some red millets and all that. Then there's also vegetarian and non-vegetarian. Green is veg and non is in orange. So you'll see in different parts of the country, the various consumptions being done. But that's not the story. Whether you're man or woman, in this country, 70% of everything that you eat is carbohydrate. But even in that carbohydrate, the quality of the carbohydrate, which is indicated by the fiber intake, the protein intake, all this is less for women. So the best goes to the male members of the family and everything else to the woman. Right? So she's either eating the leftovers or the bulk of everything else that's there, which is not necessarily the healthiest food that she's eating. Fruit and vegetable intake. The apple is cut, the orange is peeled and given to the male members of the family. What does the woman eat? What's left in the kitchen, right? Very, very sad state of affairs. So not that it's great all over the country. Fruit and vegetable consumption, the WHO says you need 5 servings per day. Only 2.3 is the national average, okay? So, and Adalio, if you say banana and potato are the most common fruit and vegetable that people consume. Here we're talking about green leafy vegetables, the healthy stuff. Are people taking enough? Of course they're not. Women being worse than men. Now we come to physical inactivity, right? And here, now there are actual problems when it comes to society and all, but here, there are not so actual problems where the women are again slightly more sedentary than the men. Okay, so this is inactivity levels from INDIAB. About 1 in 2 men and women together, half the population is inactive. That's the first story. But among that, women are much more than men. About 64-65% of women become inactive. Slowly, especially as they age and then they turn diabetic, the inactivity levels become much more. Obesity becomes much more. If she goes through repeated pregnancies, all of these are then further escalated. Now, here is the guidelines. 150 minutes of physical activity, moderate to vigorous intensity is needed in a week. These are the guidelines. How many people in our population meet this? 10% of men, bad enough, but it's 3% in women. So you see here the huge gap between man and woman in terms of physical activity. So what can we do about it? So I told you there are differences in lifestyle factors. So diet is different, physical activity is being psychosocial is different. And thus you can see that pathway clearly going to obesity, pre-diabetes. It's only a matter of time before diabetes and its complications start moving towards the female populace. So what can we do about it? No point just talking about the burden alone, right? So here we have something that is a physical activity intervention meant specifically for women. This is high intensity interval training. So what is this? Now you ask a woman to walk 60 minutes every day. That is a very big ask for a woman, right? So here we try to shrink the time, make it 10 minutes. 15 minutes, 8 minutes, a short interval, high intensity activity, which could bring out metabolic benefit. So this is HIIT in a nutshell. It's a short time, can be done anywhere, can be done indoors, don't have to go to that playground, can be done at home, burns fat, brings down weight, all of these things. Cardiopulmonary fitness. The other issue is that going to the gym, going for a walk, exercise, again, in our country is a huge problem. But the minute you say dance, in India, it is culturally completely acceptable. It releases your happy hormones immediately. You hear the music. It has a whole host of benefits and gives you that feel-good factor with the ability to maybe burn fat and also do all of the other things that we need for metabolic benefit. So combining these two together is the new intervention that, ladies and gentlemen, we call Tandav. So what we wanted to do is first we needed to prove this hypothesis to see whether this was actually HIIT. We worked with choreographers from the South Indian film industry and then had this routine, which was only 10 minutes, which was a high intensity dance intervention, which we then wanted to try. So we started going to women, and to our biggest surprise, we found that women were not fit enough to do this. You needed a certain level of fitness to be able to do HIIT, not there. So then what did we do? We started going younger. We went to girls, adolescent age groups, 13 to 15 years. We tried to be, this is a proof of concept. So we tried to give this a 12-week intervention to them. We tested these girls, 23 of them. We went to the St. John's lab in Bangalore. We looked at VO2 max, heart rate, BP, effort, ability to perform, etc. And we found two things. One is it did meet HIIT norms. The girls were able to perform. We were able to take their heart rates up, burn fat, and we were able to publish this. So this, ladies and gentlemen, is Tandav, and the video is not playing. Sir, I told him if the video doesn't play, I will call you and wait. Yes.
We all know that exercise is very, very essential for good health. If you look at the difference between men and women, women are way more inactive than men. This gives them excess risk of obesity and all kinds of other metabolic diseases. So how do you now make activity a part of a woman's life? We realize that we have to start young.
These are our girls being trained.
The World Health Organization report states that 1 in 3 adolescents is obese. Scientific evidence also suggests that adolescence is the time for steepest decline in physical activity. We wanted to ignite sense.
We did in the UK, so there was acceptance there.
And energy through a concept that has never been seen, heard, or experienced before. Concept around dance. High intensity interval training, or HIIT for short, is a form of aerobic physical activity wherein there are very intense but short periods of activity which produces metabolic benefits. So we then thought, what if we marry dance and HIIT together to produce an intervention which we call Tandav?
As a choreographer, many movies choreograph பண்ணிருக்கேன், events choreograph பண்ணிருக்கேன். ஆனா first time ஒரு choreograph மூலியமா ஒருத்தருடைய health வந்து ஆரோக்கியமா வச்சுக்க முடியும்ட்டு டாக்டர் அஞ்சனா மேம் மீட் பண்ணதுக்கு அப்புறம் தான் எனக்கு புரிஞ்சது.
Tandav, inspired by Shiv Tandav, which is a very active and aggressive form of dancing. Our Tandav is all about
St. George's
dance,
Lab.
fitness, disease prevention, and technology, all in tandem to deliver a customized outcome for adolescent girls.
When I saw the post-performance results of various tests done on girls, it was a perfect validation for me as a fitness professional.
We have worked on various projects, but this one is different. Hours of practice and the openness to listen to each other. So purpose met intent met action,
Action made teamwork.
Teamwork met performance.
and performance met purpose again.
Slides. So that is Tandav for you. It's a physical activity intervention that we have aimed towards women. We started with girls, now it's moved towards women, and more people are taking this up. So this is not a single on its own intervention. Like this, many novel and new things need to come in. Whether it is dietary intervention, whether it is education, whether it is trying to get rid of these social norms, trying to see that stressors and unhealthy things, the environmental changes, all of these things need to come together for us to break the cycle of NCDs and get healthier lives for our women in India. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Dr. Anjana. We will take the questions towards the end of the session. But I missed that she's also fellow from various bodies various bodies and institutions. And also she is very well touched based on pre-diabetes, obesity, abdominal obesity, dyslipidemia, depression, stress, anxiety, which is more in women. It's a good insights for all of us. And she's touched base wonderfully on social factors and lack of independence. Over to you, sir. For next speaker.
So, dear friends, our aim in our clinical practice, maybe it is maybe pre-diabetes or frank diabetes, is to prevent the complications, especially cardiovascular complications. We have already learned from Professor V. Mohan and Dr. Anjana regarding the novel clusters of diabetes on preventing both nephropathy and retinopathy. Now, we have another interesting and unique topic on the novel molecular biomarkers. Whether these biomarkers at the level of both primordial prevention and primary prevention, can we mitigate the progression of pre-diabetes to diabetes, or diabetes to cardiovascular complication? None other. We have the eminent speaker, Dr. Neetu Mishra. She's going to talk on molecular markers of diabetic complication, the relevance to clinical care. She's a professor on the Symbiosis International Demon University from Pune. Over to you, madam.
Thank you, Dr. Kannan, for such a nice introduction. I would like to thank Debate for inviting me on this occasion, and I'm just feeling that I am only the odd one out because I am a biological scientist and all of you are physicians or endocrinologists. So I would like to keep my lecture very simple so everybody should understand what I'm talking about from biological sciences or basic sciences. So my topic today is molecular markers of diabetic complications and their relevance to clinical care. So this topic basically, I just recently published one paper, and Dr. Sheshadri, I just forwarded that paper in some sample groups, diabetic groups, and sir just seen that paper and sir told me, why don't you talk about this work? This is a little new and different. So thank you, Dr. Sheshadri. So these are some, question one, microRNAs can be detected in which biological fluid? As per the instruction, I kept 2 MCQs. So At the end, I will show you the answers. Second question, which diabetic complications could be microRNA be used as novel biomarker for? So I'm not going into detail because our recent two speaker already talked about diabetes, global burden of diabetes, and the pre-diabetic conditions too. So basically, I would like to focus that our Indian population, the young population, especially the middle-aged people, they are on higher risk of diabetes. So basically, we know that diabetes is due to beta cell dysfunction, reduced insulin secretion and sensitivity. But main problem is that most of the time, this is not systematic. So we see the symptoms. Symptoms may come little later, and before symptom, diabetes or blood sugar may increase. So until unless we have several severe symptoms, we cannot understand whether we have diabetes or not. And due to this delay, there are lots of chances of vascular complications, which is associated with type 2 diabetes. So early onset of diabetes, especially, it's very risky because this may accelerate the diabetic complications. So we know, so here are some of the diabetic complications. Those are very life-threatening. So current therapeutic protocol for type 2 diabetes are well established, but still there are lacuna in prognosis of the disease because the current clinical parameter used for diagnosis of the disease are non-specific, or we can say very broad. So therefore, there is a potential need to have a specific non-invasive circulating biomarker that can act as a useful disease diagnostic marker and prognosis of further complications. So all of you must be aware, these are the very basic diagnostic tests. In the beginning, whenever somebody come with such kind of problems, we generally offer these basic tests. But these markers, mostly these are lacking in predicting diabetes associated complications. So we can see only, they can just tell about the condition of glycemia. So we need some specific markers, and I feel that biomarkers are best upon the classical biomarkers of T2DM. So the biomarkers, what is it? Some of you might be aware, some of you might not be aware what is these biomarkers, especially the microRNA. So these microRNAs, especially if we talk about as biomarkers, these are the new class of biomarkers. And these are the very good regulators, especially if we talk about various cellular processes, which is going into the cell. And the majority of microRNAs are transcribed from DNA sequences into primary microRNAs first, and then processed into precursors, microRNA, and finally it converts into mature microRNAs. So microRNAs are highly specific to the disease state, basically. So the expression of gene could tell us about the state of the disease. So this is a good indicator of the disease pathogenesis, also the progression of the disease condition. So basically what it is, these are basically very small non-coding RNA emerge as the post-transcriptional regulators of gene expressions. So when we see these microRNAs, these are expressed very differentially. Each microRNA, they express differentially under different disease conditions. So if we see the pathophysiological conditions, microRNA may vary. Sometimes it may down-regulated, sometimes it may up-regulated. So the most important thing is that being a biomarker, we can include it or not. Why we can include it? Because these are very stable. These are also stable in biofluids, including your whole blood, plasma, serum. So this is just a very simple representation. You can just see where you may understand the microRNAs and how it is linked with DNA and RNA and further protein. So DNA basically converts into RNA, and RNA further converts into protein, and then cross-transcriptional modifications happen in the body. So here you can see this is one paper which is also showcasing the anxiety and metabolic disorders. So these microRNAs are not only helpful to other conditions, but also useful for metabolic disorders and anxiety, which could be identified. So if we go further, this is one of our paper review article, which we published in 2017. And under this particular paper, we just focus on role of different microRNAs in type 2 diabetes and associated vascular complications. So further, here you can see this, how these microRNAs are associated with diabetes complications. So pancreatic beta cells, you can see, is a main place where you could see the changes started whenever any physiological changes occur. First instance, you can see the pancreatic beta cells goes under stress, and this stress might be oxidative stress or other stress, and further it will convert into severe pathological conditions. And due to this, insulin secretion will deplete or decrease. And here you can see due to this, blood glucose level may increase. So this is the main problem generally diabetic people they face. And here autooxidation of glucose also further increases the oxidative stress level. And these oxidative stress levels or free radicals generation, they make directly linked with diabetic vascular complications and vascular damage. So these complications might be cardiovascular complication, retinopathy, nephropathy, neuropathy. And here are some of the microRNAs I've highlighted, like microRNA 133, 200B, microRNA 192, and 182. So the down arrows and up arrows showing the up regulation and down regulations. Means when under these conditions, when they increases and when they decreases. So here also you can see certain other biomarkers, microRNAs as biomarkers are also there. Here is a list of other microRNAs under cardiovascular conditions, and then retinopathy or nephropathy. Here expression of microRNAs in type 2 diabetes associated complications. I have just presented this particular list. So you can see many authors or many of the researchers, they have been working in this particular area since past many years. But the fact is, this is only up to the biological research. This is not taking by the physician. And here where we requires, like where this particular tagline of this conference, that practice meets science. So this is very important, because until unless you people can take this particular thing into your practice, we cannot take advantage of these particular findings from various scientists. So some of the microRNAs I just mentioned here from earlier studies, and diabetic nephropathy, diabetic retinopathy, cardiovascular diseases, many of them you can see many of the microRNAs specifically focus on specific condition. So here are different models. So microRNAs initially could be studied in different models like cell lines, cell-based model. Further, it could be studied in animals model, and later on clinical samples. So nowadays it's very like strict guidelines from ethics committee. Either this is a ethics committee, independent ethics committee, or animal ethics committee. It is important to follow. And until or unless you have any results, basic primary result, you cannot go ahead to work with some or handle some clinical samples. So this is very important. So these are the microRNAs related to diabetic nephropathy. So microRNA 192, 377, 21, 146A, 51, 55, and so on. This is a long list. So some of the microRNAs, they upregulated. So I just highlighted with red color, and down-regulated because they increase or decrease if somebody is having diabetic nephropathy. And here are the targets and different models. It is being studied by different scientists, and here are the targets where these microRNA bind with the specific sequences. So this is a list of diabetic neuropathy and associated microRNAs. Again, microRNA 182 upregulated, as well as microRNA 146 upregulated, and microRNA 29B is downregulated. So again, this is a group of microRNAs which is associated with diabetic cardiovascular complications. And here also, some of them upregulated and some of them downregulated. So now I'm just showcasing some of the study, and I'm happy to see you, Dr. Anjana, because one paper I've highlighted from your lab only, and I was not knowing that you will be coming from that lab only. So this particular paper, this is related to decreased serum level of microRNA 146A as a sign of chronic inflammation and type 2 diabetic patients. And here the result of this particular group, they concluded their studies output that this study has shows it decreased serum anti-inflammatory microRNA 146A and increased pro-inflammatory interleukin-8 and as a discriminating marker of failure of glucose control occurring on the background of obesity and dyslipidemia. This is also from PLOS-1, second paper. So here the researchers mentioned that how circulating microRNAs, especially in Asian Indian phenotype, identified in subject with impaired glucose tolerance and patients with type 2 diabetes. So from this study, these are the main findings that among the altered circulating microRNA, microRNA 128 had never been described in previous studies and appeared to be a new lead in Indians. So it was positively correlated with cholesterol, both in pre-diabetic subjects and in diet-induced diabetic mice, suggesting that its increased level might be associated with the development of dyslipidemia associated with type 2 DM. So their findings, it's imply directly towards biomarker potential of microRNA in the prevention, diagnosis, and treatment as an outcome of diabetes management. So this third paper, this is also very important findings, and these findings from these researchers suggest that the relative expression of 146A in pre-diabetic condition, it's important to see how these microRNAs are decreasing, because down regulation is also important. We see as anti-inflammatory microRNAs. So this is just a brief idea about the study which we performed at our institute. So these are some basics, like we took the ethical approval, selected the study participants based on inclusion and exclusion criteria. And then after this, we collected the informed consent as well as blood sample from the patients, type 2 diabetic patient as well as handling control, and then process the sample, and finally we preserve the sample for some of the sample aliquots for further tests, and some basic tests we have done on the same day. So basically I'm talking about specifically here the part which we have carried out on microRNA expressions. So in the beginning, we first isolate the microRNAs based on the specific method given by Kaizen. So RNA isolation is the first step from plasma sample, and second step will be reverse transcription, again the kits provided by the Kaizen, and finally we check these 3 microRNAs expressions by quantitative PCR. So I have just mentioned 3 microRNAs, but today I'm focusing only about microRNA 146A. So microRNA 146A is one of the inflamed microRNA, and it shares a close link with several age-related pathogenesis. Such, for example, you can talk about the age-related diseases includes Alzheimer and CVDs, but now CVD is very common in young population also. But upregulating of these microRNAs is responsible for changes in physiological conditions. So it is important. And as the age progresses, physiological conditions, they change. So microRNA 146A, it was seen to exert a protective role against,
I'm sorry to interrupt you. Wrap up in 1 minute because we don't have time now.
Okay, sure. So microRNA 146A is also a good marker because it works as a protective role against cardiac ischemia and hypoxia-induced apoptosis in mice model with acute myocardial infarction. And this microRNA regulates the toll-like receptors, which is an important signaling pathway, and it governs the innate immune system. So microRNA 146A as the negative feedback regulator of NF-kappa B pathway, it inhibits the downstream inflammatory molecule. So this is our recent paper. And here we just check the effect of glycemic control and duration of type 2 diabetes on circulatory microRNA 146A in middle-aged Indians. And basically here we have just taken 30 to 50 years old middle-aged population and checked the expression of 146A. So these are the results. MicroRNA 146A, if you can see this figure, so you can see the control and type 2 diabetes patients is almost more than 3 folds more than the normal. So the conclusion, the upregulation of plasma microRNA 146A indicate that the increased risk of age-related pathogenesis is there if there is upregulation of this particular microRNA. And if you could see we have further subdivided the groups based on their glycemic control and duration of diabetes. And here you can see this graph A part and B part. So A part is normal, healthy control compared with good glycemic control and poor glycemic control. And on the right side, you can see the duration of diabetes. So as per the duration of diabetes, you can see it's increasing as duration increases. So
Dr. Mishra, we are running short of time.
Yes,
We will have 3 questions also. So if you can.
so this is the
conclude.
last slide that I would recommend that microRNA 146A and other microRNAs also, they are important microRNAs as a biomarker and could be utilized by the physicians for the diagnosis of the complications. So there's no conflict of interest. And this is the answer of question 1, that all of the above. And this is also answer of second question. So I would like to thank all of you.
Thank you, madam, for the wonderful and excellent talk on mRNA. Thank you very much. So I call upon all the speakers to the dais for the discussion.
Speakers, please join us. We will have just 3 questions for one each speaker. Please. Yeah, doctor, please go ahead. Very short, crisp question, and to whom you address.
I know about Apollo sugar clinics. See, it's bounty. The problem is that they may not get sponsors to bring people like you. Regarding type 1 diabetes, Dr. Prasanna Kumar, we know that you are the one who's spearhead, and you concluded that it's dream versus reality. See, the reality is that, again, I raised this issue in Pune, that all your people, they said, oh, he is giving oration. See, that is, for us, there is no Indian, a girl, a type 1 diabetic girl deserves what is that? A pump. That we do nothing. Okay. And again, if you forget about the pump, give them a dignity that they are disabled. See, this is what we expect people from you. What is the defect? You come and talk. It is action. Okay, otherwise it is just we crown our, it is very, you are a very senior most man. Why don't we join together and sit? I'm ready to write. The problem is that you don't even invite me when I drop here, you don't even allow me. So so this is just publicity, I will rather say, okay? Again, gender medicine is a subspecialty or super specialty. If you bring general medicine people to talk about gender medicine, again, we downgrade ourselves. This is just a talk show for our own friends or family members. Let us do something good for the type 1 diabetes. Again, we welcome you. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, Dr. Prasanna, if you want to tell what we are doing in, just a minute, sir. So if you would like to do what we're doing in practicality, we will close this after this and comments from your side. Sir, Dr. Prasanna, over to you.
What do you want?
What we are doing in practical world for type 1 prevention and cure. Sir, please.
So basically,
Let him answer.
the cure or prevention may be late. But basically what you have to do, every one of us in this hall has 1 or 2 or 5 type 1 diabetics. If we can take care of them, let us say I'm taking care of 3,500 children, 60 centers, they get everything free, insulin, syringe, glucose. Same thing also, Dr. Mohan's clinic has 60 centers across the country. We are taking care of hundreds of thousands of them. Whether prevention or cure may be 5 or 10 years later. If we have a child today, at least take care of insulin monitoring. That is what greatest, everybody in this hall can. You don't have to ask somebody for money. With our own resources, I think we can do it.
So friends, let us close the session because we are let us consider time. We'll discuss at the tea coffee time. Okay,
Thank you so much all. So we will move on to the next session, the industry symposium. So the first symposium will be sponsored by Boehringer Ingelheim. So to start the things, let me invite Dr. Subhash Kumar Wagnu sir to these things. So he will be speaking on clinical excellence in cardiorenal metabolic care and type 2 diabetes with a harmonious blend of SGLT2 inhibitors with DPP4 inhibitors, fixed drug combinations. So he is a senior consultant endocrinologist in Apollo Center for Obesity Diabetes at Indra Prasada Apollo Hospital, New Delhi. Over to you, sir. Who can you help me?
Yes.
Where is my talk? No, he will come. Yes. Yes. Just have this. Yeah.
Good evening, everyone. I think, can we have silence, please? Today, I'm going to discuss about the clinical excellence in cardiorenal metabolic care in type 2 diabetes with the harmonious blend of FDC of SGLT2, 1 and DPP4 inhibitors. You know, outcomes beyond HbA1c also matter to the patients. It is not only for the reduction in the HbA1c. We need to have CV protection, we need to have a renal protection, and we need to have weight loss. That is why every new molecule which is coming into the market are basically looking at the cardiorenal protection. You know why it is important? Because the diabetes greatly increases the cardiovascular risk 2 times, and the patients had twice the risk of cardiovascular disease compared with the general population. In fact, in the stage of pre-diabetes, where the patient is having predominant insulin resistance, CV disease can even occur at the stage of pre-diabetes. The unfortunate thing is that the cardiovascular disease is predominantly asymptomatic and unrecognized. You can see the data, almost half of the patients with diabetes have subclinical cardiovascular disease, around 44%, and only 40% have clinical cardiovascular disease. Let's go through a very simple garden variety case. A 50 years old male bank employee. His uncontrolled type 2 diabetes with symptoms of breathlessness. This is important history, breathlessness. Diabetes diagnosed 6 years back, was on a monotherapy, metformin. There is no past history of CV disease. He was switched to the FDC of the metformin and sitagliptin 6 months back when HbA1c was 8.3. When he come to us, his HbA1c was 7.9, the fasting plasma glucose 104, and the PPG 190. His weight was 82 and blood pressure 140 by 86. LDL was on the higher side 120, and urinary albumin creatinine ratio was 200 with a GFR 63. So current medication is taking a FDC of sitagliptin and metformin with amlodipine and telmisartan combination and the rosuvastatin. Let's see. When we saw his ECG, there was a evidence of left ventricular hypertrophy with tall R waves in lateral leads, deep S waves in septal leads, and changes of endocardial strain, ST depression, and T wave inversion. So where do we go from here? Whether we switch to the SGLT2 plus DP4 combination, or we want to have early initiation of SGLT2 DPP4 inhibitor fixed dose combination, or we do it later on. If we do it later on, what will be the impact on the patient? What is the cost of delayed intensification when the patient is not well controlled? And this was a very beautiful article where they have seen the delay in the treatment intensification increases the risk of cardiovascular event in patients with type 2 diabetes. And that is why we should not delay the intensification. You can see the increase in the risk of MI and increase in the risk of hospitalization for the heart failure to the tune of 67 and 64%. Increased risk of stroke and increased risk of cardiovascular event, 51 and 62%. All of you know the EMPA-REG outcome. It has opened our eyes to a great extent, because it was the first kind of studies which opened our eye that the SGLT2 demonstrated cardio-renal metabolic benefits in type 2 diabetes. Because of the reduction in the clinical risk factor, like HbA1c 0.7, weight by 2 kg, and systolic blood pressure by 4.5. Also, it also told us that a reduction in the kidney disease, that 39% reduction in the progression of the kidney disease, and the CV events like 3-point MACE were reduced by 14% in the EMPA-REG outcome. Coming to the reduction in the hospitalization, 35% decrease in the relative risk reduction in the hospitalization because of the heart failure, and all-cause hospitalization was reduced by 11%. Mortality benefit. We know the mortality benefit is important data where you choose what kind of SGLT2 you have to start. The mortality data was shown with the EMPA-REG with the 38% reduction in the CV death and all-cause mortality by 32%. So coming to the after EMPA-REG came the two big trials, the EMPEROR Preserved and EMPEROR Reduced, which also met their key specified, pre-specified endpoints, unequivocal benefit regardless of the ejection fraction. You can see the ejection fraction whether is less than 40, 41 to 49, and more than 50. The more than 50 was EMPEROR Preserved and less than 40 was EMPEROR Reduced. And you can see the equivocal benefits in terms of the cardiovascular death, hospitalization for the heart failure, first, and the recurrent hospitalization for the heart failure, and change in the eGFR, the empagliflozin fared better. Coming to the EMPEROR Reduced, it also shows the benefits can be seen as early from day 12 in patient with the heart failure with reduced ejection fraction, and statistically difference 12 days after randomization was seen that the benefits start as early the 12 days. While in EMPEROR Preserved, it was the first drug to demonstrate a significant reduction in the primary endpoint as early as day 18 in patient with heart failure with the preserved ejection fraction. I was a little bit skeptical about the EMPEROR Preserved little bit because most of the patients who were taken were in the mid-range heart failure with the mid-range ejection fraction. Ideally, we should have taken all patients with more than 50% ejection fraction, which could give us the more data rather than taking some patient with a mid-range ejection fraction. Then came the gliptins. Why are you talking about the gliptins like linagliptin? The linagliptin, the carbilina, also did not increase the 3-point MACE risk, and also the heart failure, hospitalization, and the renal outcome. You can see on the left-hand panel, the patients with the event, and on the right-hand panel, the sustained EFR reduction and no increase in the risk of hospitalization for the heart failure. To summarize, if you see the cardiovascular and the renal outcomes From the respective CVOT, they summarize, if you see, the empiric outcome and when the carbonyl, because you have a harmonious blend of both SGLT2 and the DPP4 inhibitor. And you had to have both important as regard to the 3-point MACE, the CV death, hospitalization for heart failure, and the kidney outcome. And surprisingly, if you give this, see the synergy between the SGLT2 and the DPP4 inhibitor, SGLT2 will have much more impact on the heart failure, hospitalization, and the kidney outcomes, while the linagliptin will have basically again on the heart failure and the CV death. So when we have the harmonious blend of the two drugs, we can have a risk continuum covered in a patient with type 2 diabetes, right from the pre-diabetic state to diabetes when the patient has already many of the cardiac risk factors. We can really benefit this patient by addressing these defects. Now, balancing the two, when you combine the FDC of the both the drug EMPA and linagliptin, you can see a big difference in the HbA1c reduction, 1.2 to 1.8%, with no further significant increase in the hypoglycemic episodes, while the SGLT2 helped to decrease the weight, gliptins were neutral in terms of the weight gain, and the BP reduction in terms of the systolic blood pressure was seen in the patients with SGLT2 inhibitors. Now coming to the renal evidence and the hepatic evidence, if you see the empiric outcome, 39% relative risk reduction of incident or the worsening nephropathy in type 2 diabetes with evidence of CVD, and the carbonyl showed the 14% relative risk reduction of progression to albuminuria type 2 diabetes. Coming to the hepatic evidence, hepatic involvement, no dose modification required in hepatic treatment with both linagliptin and the empagliflozin, and in patients with type 2 diabetes, fatty liver disease, empagliflozin significantly reduced the liver fat and improved the ALT. This is all known, and SGLT2 not only reduce the liver fat, they also reduce the fat around the pancreas, epicardial fat, which is very important, and the mechanism of action of reducing the fat is primarily through the FGF23 mechanism, because it increases the, what you call the ratio of the uncoupling protein 1 to 2, and there's an increase in the oxidation of the lipid oxidation also. And with the increase, there's an increased thermogenesis, weight loss, and the fat reduction. The underlying mechanism is through FGF23. We should all know how this SGLT2 benefit in reduction of these fat around these three major organs. EMPA kidney was the latest one to tell us about these was the basically to look for the CV death or kidney disease progression, where they have recruited patient with the eGFR as low as less than 20. DAPA-CKD recruited up to 30, but EMPA-CKD recruited as low as less than 20. And you can see, if we combine some of the trials which were done in India, and they have shown the similar results as compared to the trial what we have read in the past about all the DAPA-CKD, EMPA-CKD, EMPA-REG. If you see this particular paper which was done in India regard to 3-point MACE, CV death, HHF, renal hepatic, and dosing, had shown a good reduction with the EMPA and linagliptin combination, as opposed to DAPA and SEXA and REMO and vildagliptin. So where here he comes that we start with the common soil or risk factors, hypertension, diabetes, and obesity. We then move on to the micro and the macrovascular complication in terms of the accelerated atherosclerosis, left ventricular hypertrophy, endothelial dysfunction, which all lead to the MI and heart failure. Then comes the micro and macroalbuminuria. You know, the cardiovascular complication starts early, even in pre-diabetic stage. And when the patient proceed to the end stage disease and death, it may lead to the end stage heart disease, cardiovascular and cerebrovascular death, and the end stage renal disease. So we have to target the patient right from the beginning to prevent the further progression. So our reference patient, what I told you, if you don't intensify the treatment as early, then the patient would progress to the continuum and may go to the end stage disease. This would add to the early onset of micro and macro and resulting poor quality of life and increasing cost of therapy. So a FDC or EMPA and LINA provides risk modification at every stage of continuum, what I am showing you here. from the common side to micro and macrovascular to the end stage renal disease and the death. So this also impact the cost effectiveness of EMPA and Vina FDC in the long-term management of type 2 diabetes. Because the cost of diabetes in India is enormous. Every patient has to pay for the cost of diabetes from his own pocket because the insurance does not cover the cost of the diabetes treatment, as opposed to most of the developed countries where the patient has a lot of benefits from the insurance company. So we need to develop, looking at the Indian patients who can't afford a drug which can be cheap and better. So this patient was started on Empalina combination. When we saw the patient after 3 months, his glucose control improved. The patient was advised to continue the same regimen. He had a reduction in the weight, and he was given reassurance of the possible evidence-based CV and renal benefit. The basic aim of my talk was that because both the drugs are very costly. And if you see the side effects of the individual drug like SGLT2 in my clinical practice, I have seen a lot of genital tract infections when you are using SGLT2 alone. In order to avoid those unpleasant side effects of genital tract urinary infection or the UTI, if you combine DPP4 inhibitor along with the SGLT2, at least you can minimize the genital tract infection because some of the enzymes which are on the fungi, DPP4, can be inhibited by DPP4 inhibitor on the fungi, so that you get less chances of candidal vaginitis or the melanoposthitis. So this is one thing. And with the cost reduction, the cost of this drug, I think we can use this drug right from the very beginning if the patient's HbA1c is more than 7.5. And the FDCA is now indicated by all leading organization, ACE, ADA. ADA says if the HbA1c is 1.5% above the target value, the 7, you start the FDC. But the ACE says that if the baseline HbA1c is 7.5, you start the FDC. The ACE is still more stringent as compared to the ADA. With this, I'll stop my talk. I think my time is over. Thank you very much.
So moving on to the next talk. So next talk will be delivered by Dr. Shruti Chandrasekharan. She is a consultant endocrinologist, Reila Hospital, Global Hospital, Chennai, and she'll be speaking on holistic cardiorenal metabolic care and type 2 diabetes and evidence-based optimum approach. Over to you, ma'am.
A very good afternoon to one and all, and I thank BI for having me here this afternoon to talk on empagliflozin and cardiorenal metabolic care. What I will be doing for the next 15 minutes is to share with the clinical scenario of how to place this molecule in clinical practice. And I'm going to show you the newer evidence, not the EMPA-REG and the other studies that we already know, a newer evidence with empagliflozin as we move along with this case. So this is a real patient of mine who I have been seeing for a few years now. So she's a 42-year-old female. She's a businesswoman, runs her own boutique. She's diagnosed with diabetes 12 months ago. And she's been having pre-diabetes, which was not intervened for the past 2 years. She has a history of GDM, and she was on insulin at the age of 37. Her cycles have been irregular of late, once every 60 days. She's also on hypertensive patient for the past 2 years, also had gestational hypertension during pregnancy. Her father died of MI at the age of 50. I took care of her mother also, who died before she could get a liver transplant. So she was almost on 200 units of insulin, and she died of hepatocellular carcinoma because of end-stage liver disease. We lost her, and that's when her sugars also got really worse. So right around the time is when she really came to us with really uncontrolled diabetes. So she was getting metformin and ramipril for her blood pressure. And I am going to walk you through this patient scenario as we move along to see where we can place empagliflozin in clinical practice. So with this introduction, so we'll start with the prevalence of cardiovascular disease. This is all we know. We heard in the SGLT2 forums and GLP forums of the prevalence of cardiovascular disease in patients with type 2 diabetes. But what is important is, it is also important to identify that 1 in 5 will have a cardiac autonomic neuropathy, NAFLD and liver fibrosis with the increased risk for hepatocellular carcinoma is on the rise. and we need to be aware of that. There will be patients who present to us with diastolic dysfunction and heart failure. So it's also important to keep that in mind in addition to chronic kidney disease and obstructive sleep apnea. So it's just not the cardiovascular disease or the stroke that we talk about. We're also looking into the metabolic complications or the comorbidities that come along with our patients with diabetes. So when I see this patient, the first implication for a drug that I would start in addition to metformin, or probably early on in the management along with metformin, as sir said, would be SGLT2 inhibitor here. And I'm going to show you the newer evidence to show that as Asian population, we do have this data with DPP4 as well. We do fare better with SGLT2 inhibitors. And this is a 2015 paper from Japan, a small number of patients with the CGM data showing that if you start SGLT2 for your patients with diabetes, and they looked at the CGM at day 1 and day 28, you see an improvement in the glycemic control as early as day 1. And this is something that we practically see in our practice as well, with a need for the reduction in insulin secretagogues and insulin therapy once the patients start SGLT2 inhibitors. So this is a CGM showing that I will probably get the necessary glycemic control for this patient and get her to the target of HbA1c of 7 and even 6.5 if I would start this therapy early on. And there are also studies showing the improvement in glucotoxicity and beta cell function after the starting SGLT2 in terms of measuring the C-peptide response and beta cell function and beta cell glucose sensitivity. Again, if your patient is catabolic and if your patient is symptomatic, ideal therapy would be insulin, right? We are not using this as a fourth therapy or somebody to not start them on basal insulin. If you need the insulin, insulin has to be there, but within available data of improvement in the glucotoxicity and beta cell function rapidly once it started is what I'm presenting here. So we'll move on to the other scenario here. Her mom died 1 year ago with end-stage liver disease. She's been having liver disease for the past 10 years, and she died of a hepatocellular carcinoma before she could get a liver transplant. So here, if I would use SGLT2 in her, she right now, if you look through the investigation, she has no elevation in liver enzyme. She has a grade 1 fatty liver, and she also had a fibro scan with the scoring, but showed a mild liver disease. So this is a stage where we can reverse and prevent this NAFL to progress to fibrosis, right? This is where we really need to intervene in clinical practice. And what we have seen in practice is an improvement in the insulin sensitivity. SGLT2 are great drugs as an insulin sensitizers to improve the insulin sensitivity in patients with type 2 diabetes, especially in the setting of high insulin resistance. I have taken care of her mom who required nearly 150 to 200 units of insulin. That insulin resistant she was. When I know the family, I know how to take care of the, when she comes to me for the follow-up. So this is where the insulin sensitivity data with SGLT2 inhibitor comes to clinical practice of how I would place this molecule in this patient of mine. And sir has already pointed about the ELIF trial, which was done in Delhi, showing again a small number of patients of about 50, where they did an MRI to show with empagliflozin therapy, there was an improvement in the liver fat, right? So this is something that I would clinically see in my patient. And I've seen this in the past 1 year where her liver scores improve when I added a SGLT2 to a current therapy. And this is also studies to show that possible histological improvement in NASH at 6 months of various steatohepatitis parameters in the usage of SGLT2 inhibitor in non-alcoholic steatohepatitis in patients with type 2 diabetes. So this would be a good drug for me to use in a patient like this. And we'll move on to this scenario here. She is a hypertensive for the past 2 years. She also had gestational hypertension. Her father died of MI at the age of 50. If you look through her investigations, which the ADA recommends getting an ECG yearly once, her ECG is normal now. So this is the window of opportunity. I know EMPA-REG included patients who had cardiovascular disease. All were high-risk patients. We could not talk about primary prevention in EMPA-REG trial, which sort of differed in the other 2 cardiovascular trials that came out after the EMPA-REG. But here, we do have subsequent trials showing this is again an EMPA-REG subgroup analysis. And also there's a beautiful editorial on this on using empagliflozin in patients who have resistant hypertension, where there's an improvement in the systolic and the diastolic blood pressure. And this is a real world study showing when compared to a DPP4 inhibitor, even in patients who do not have cardiovascular disease, like the patient like here, she's still there. I could prevent this from happening. shows an improvement in the heart failure risk, hospitalization for heart failure, MI, and all-cause mortality. So, ladies and gentlemen, we don't have to use SGLT2 for patients who have CKD, heart failure, and cardiovascular disease. These are excellent drugs, and we do have data to show early on in the management of diabetes, you could talk about actually preventing these complications, and maybe this patient dying of a heart failure, heart disease like her dad. And these are some of the studies which show an improvement in the global longitudinal strain and myocardial efficiency. How does this translate? This is again in patients who do not have cardiovascular disease, cardiovascular naive patients. This sort of translates to an improvement in the pump, the mechanistic action of improving the cardiac activity in patients without diabetes. And this is from the EMPA-REG. Again, as I told you, EMPA-REG included patients who have higher cardiovascular disease. If you look at the Asian population, like my patient, she would really fare better here in terms of 56% relative risk reduction in reduced risk for cardiovascular death and atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease. So this again would be a good history for me to consider this therapy. So we'll move on to snoring part. You know, we always have to rule out obstructive sleep apnea. And her husband reports no snoring, which is good, but we need to ask that. But we do have data again from subgroup analysis of EMPA-REG and subsequent other studies with SGLT2 inhibitor showing a 52% risk reduction in new onset obstructive sleep apnea. And this is something that I have personally documented in my computer records. When I see a patient after 6 months or a year, when I ask them about snoring, how is it? When I inquire it with their spouse, they do say the snoring has come down after the initiation of SGLT2. Perhaps the reduction in the neck girth when they lose weight could be the reason why the obstructive sleep apnea improves. And this leads to a whole improvement in the metabolic parameters, including liver disease or the progression of liver disease. So that's again a good clinical point for us from the trials to see where we can place SGLT2. And now we'll come to the kidney. Her renal functions are okay, her GFR is okay, so she's having albuminuria. And this is something that we practically see in our practice. In EMPA-REG, sir has already shown we do have data in regression of albuminuria in patients with prior micro and macroalbuminuria from EMPA-REG trial. And we do have the Veterans Affairs real-world evidence showing the kidney outcomes based on albuminuria, a 32% relative risk reduction in kidney events, here comparing with empagliflozin versus a non-SGLT2 inhibitor, showing the different albuminuria categories along the x-axis and the event per rates as a y-axis. So this led to the EMPA kidney trial. We had the DAPA CKD. We know what data we had with DAPA CKD. And similarly, EMPA kidney trial looked into dedicated trials of seeing the kidney outcome with SGLT2 inhibitor. Sarah's already pointed out about this trial. So the most important point for us to understand from this trial is they included non-diabetic patients, like how DAPA CKD did. So 46% of them had diabetes and 27% of them had a cardiovascular disease. And the eGFR that they took here was 20. And that sort of made the change for starting SGLT2 inhibitor with the eGFR of 20. And this is a subtle difference between the two trials of the inclusion criteria. The UACR, the albumin creatinine ratio, is pointed out there. And this is I'm sorry about this. The trial stopped early, and we had this announcement early last year in March 22, showing that the independent trial monitoring committee recommended trial be stopped because it was more effective than placebo. So exactly what happened with dapagliflozin, right? This trial was stopped early because of the response that we got with an SGLT2 inhibitor. And what it shows, I'm not going to walk you through the trial in detail because of the lack of time, but this showed a reduced risk reduction of kidney disease and progression of CV death by 28% in broad range of CKD. Again, patients with and without diabetes, eGFR of 20 were the inclusion criteria of EMPA kidney trial, and significant 14% reduction in hospitalization with empagliflozin that was sort of impactful to the patients. And as far as the safety data, it was very similar for the previous known safety data that we have or we know from SGLT2 trials. And with this, I'm going to finish my talk in the next 2 minutes. Say I'm going to go one step further, and I'm now taking care of her mother, and now I'm taking care of her right now. And I know her 14-year-old daughter also has irregular cycles, and she has features of polycystic ovary disease. she has discussed about that patient to me. She's not a diabetic yet. And this, if I have to, this is not approved yet. This just came into the press this week. I thought it would be good to share this information, which is the Dynamo trial, which looked into the efficacy and safety of SGLT2 inhibitor when compared to DPP4 here, linagliptin, in young patients with type 2 diabetes. 10 to 17 years old with type 2 diabetes. We are seeing a lot of patients with type 2 diabetes in our clinic, especially in the setting of insulin resistance and PCOD. Again, this is not approved. We are waiting for the final FDA clearance, but this is just was published on February 1st in Lancet Endocrinology and Diabetes. So I thought it'll be good to have this here. And here the basic unmet or the objective of this trial, the Dynamo study, was to overcome the recruitment difficulties that has plagued previous type 2 studies in children and adolescents. We don't have very many drugs, and we're seeing a lot of type 2 diabetic patients. Of course, we use GLP-1 receptor agonists. We do have some DPP-4. And what about SGLT2 inhibitor was the specific question that the Dynamo trial looked into. And I have about 2 minutes, I'll be done. And here they looked into the baseline, and these were the secondary endpoints that they looked. And here they finally concluded that the Dynamo study met its primary endpoint and showed a clinically meaningful and statistical significant reduction in HbA1c versus placebo in the young adolescent group. We'll probably hear about the label update from the company soon. And the safety profile was established, and there were no major signals in terms of safety profiles in young adolescent when compared to adults. So I have about a minute and a half. I'm going to just try to quickly walk you through this busy slide. I think this is important. I'm not going to walk you through the entire slide, but it is important. This ADA 2023 guidelines, you have the cardiovascular high-risk patients, heart failure, CKD on the left, and they have specifically included obesity. So there we talk specifically about the GLP and SGLT2. So we have to look into the patient who's sitting in front of us, and we have to decide. And the one important point, of course, SGLT2, we know where to place it from the previous guidelines. But if you look at the CKD specifically, they said SGLT2 with the primary evidence of reducing CKD progression. And that's exactly what I showed you with the EMPA kidney trial. And they said use SGLT2 patients with an EGFR of more than 20. Once initiated, should be continued until initiation of dialysis or transplant. So this is important for clinical practice. This has changed from the previous guidelines. This is something for us to note. We know where to place. Initially, we were actually, as the EGFR progressed, we were stopping the SGLT2. The current guideline says it can be continued until the dialysis or renal transplantation. And this is from the ADA 2023 guidelines showing where to place SGLT2 inhibitor in our clinical practice. So this is my last slide. So we have a risk factor reduction, low risk of hypoglycemia, beta cell independent mechanism. All these things we have heard in the previous lectures. Improvement in time and range, which is what I showed with the CGMS data. Improvement in insulin sensitivity, which would be an apt thing for my patient here. And in addition to this, we have a target organ protection in terms of major CV disease, risk of CV death, heart failure, as Sir pointed out, kidney disease, as I showed you, hepatic fat and NAFLD in associations with obstructive sleep apnea and cardiac autonomic neuropathy, which I didn't show you the data for CAN because of lack of time. With this, ladies and gentlemen, I would say that this would be an ideal drug to start early on in the management of diabetes and not wait till the complications has already occurred. Then it will be too late. So if it could do that, we could prevent a whole set of complications for our patients. And I thank the organizers for having me here this afternoon. Thank you.
So before we winding off this session, any questions from the floor of audience? Okay, thank you. So if there are no questions, I'll thank the speakers for giving a wonderful talk. Thank you, sir. Thank you, madam. So we will move on to the next industrial symposium. This symposium is sponsored by Microlabs Limited. To give the first talk, may I invite Dr. Selva Pandian, sir, who is a consultant diabetologist at Kamachi Diabetes Center, Chennai. And he will be speaking on revisiting the fixed drug combination of glimepiride with metformin in modern era of OADs. OA2, sir. நல்ல டைம் இருக்கு ஸ்லோவாக பேசலாம். அவங்க முடிச்சிருக்காங்க. மேல டவுன் ஆரம்பிச்சிட்டாரா? கீழ இருந்து போர்ஸ் சீதா எங்க எங்க பாயிண்ட் சரி இங்க இருக்கும்.
So once again, good evening, doctors. And first of all, I would like to thank Krishna Sheshadri. And I thank Microlabs also for giving me this excellent opportunity. And I think my topic is not going to be a new topic or something like that. And we have decades of experience with this fixed dose combination. I think each and every one would have experienced about this drug. So uncontrolled diabetes, importance of early intensification. That is the important point. Early intensification and need of glimepiride and metformin. That's going to be the crux of this talk. So presentation objective will be uncontrolled diabetes, early intensification with the intensification with the glimepiride and metformin. What are the benefits in the early intensification? That's what we are going to see, and glycemic control. So uncontrolled diabetes in India, it is a real world evidence of glycemic control among patients with type 2 diabetes. It is a tight study that's been called, and it is a retrospective analysis of nearly 50,000 eligible records. So in this tight study, 62% of these patients had HbA1c between 7 and 8, and glycemic control for combination of OHA with or without insulin varied between 14.2 to 24.8. And you can see the percentage of patients with HbA1c category showing glycemic control. That's what I told you earlier. 7 to 8% of the people are more than within 7 to 8 of HbA1c. And you can see HbA1c status and number of hypoglycemic therapies used, dual, triple, and more than 3 therapies include patients with or without insulin. You can see a monotherapy, dual therapy, triple therapy, and more than 3 drugs also. And here the number of therapies and percentage of patients with a different duration of diabetes grouped by number of hypoglycemic therapies also. And here the most guidelines consider HbA1c of less than 7 as the target glucose control for optimum diabetes management. So the landmark UKPD has showed that each 1% reduction has a very good reduction in the microvascular complications and macrovascular events. And you can see 37% decrease in risk of microvascular complications to the tune of nearly 40%. So treating uncontrolled diabetes is important to avoid both micro and macrovascular complications. That's the important message. And because type 2 is a progressive disease, in many patients, maintenance of glycemic targets with monotherapy is often possible only for a few years, after which combination therapy is necessary. Because we say that if the HbA1c is more than 7.3, you can really go for combination, fixed dose combinations. And current recommendations are used to stepwise addition medication after metformin. So need of early treatment intensification, that's a thing, because then only you'll be getting the legacy of the metabolic memory effect. And time to treatment intensification after monotherapy failure and its association with subsequent glycemic control among 93 and odd patients with type 2 diabetes. So again, it is a retrospective analysis and evaluated the association between the timing of treatment intensification and subsequent glycemic control among patients with type 2 diabetes on monotherapy. Because many a time we start the drug, I think because of patient inertia or the healthcare providers inertia, we tried not to add the second drug. The patient will be telling, sir, no, sir, I went for the marriage, or we had this function, that function, or something like that. That inertia will be there in the patient also, and doctor also, because of the explanation or something, we also delay the treatment. And you can see nearly 25% identification in less than more than 12 months after the index date, and 13% intensified that start the intensification with 12 to 24 months intermediate, and 8% of them were intensified after 24 to 36 months. So this is a treatment delay of the treatment inertia. In type 2 diabetes, early treatment intensification, shows that that is a glycemic control, and that's how the glycemic control should be done early. So conclusion, early treatment intensification is associated with shorter time to subsequent glycemic control. That is also very important. because we can't be waiting for the control for a longer period. Shorter the duration, the control will be good and the complications will be reduced or prevented. Again, you can see the ADA proposes general targets appropriate for many patients, but emphasizes its importance of individualization based on key patient characteristics. So you can see HbA1c goal for adults of less than 7 without significant hypoglycemia. This is a request. So without significant hypoglycemia, recommendation for treatment intensification of a patient not meeting treatment goals should not be delayed again. And early combination therapy can be considered in some patients at treatment initiation to extend the time to treatment failure, because this is very common in our practice because of the physician's inertia. And you can see the recommendation 1. Give a sulfonylurea to a patient with type 2 diabetes who do not achieve glycemic control with metformin alone or who have contraindications to metformin. It's a strong recommendation with moderate quality evidence. Again, in uncontrolled diabetes, and add preferably a sulfonylurea except glibenclamide and glyburide. And I think also alpha glucosidase inhibitors or DPP inhibitors if metformin is not tolerated. Again, in uncontrolled diabetes, if metformin can achieve desirable HbA1c levels, as an add-on therapy, best choice is to add a sulfonylurea, a DPP4 or a SGLT2 inhibitor. So why glimepiride metformin in early intensification? Because this line, please study carefully. Glimepiride has a unique combo mechanism of insulin secretagogue and insulin sensitizing property at neutral effect on body weight and low risk of hypoglycemia. The basic I think pathophysiology is insulin resistance and secretory defect, which is very well done with this combination of glimepiride and metformin. So it's a clinically proven trusted combo for HbA1c reduction. You want an earlier HbA1c reduction because that is the aim, and we achieve that very easily with this FDC combination, which is we have a lot of experience with this drug. So early treatment in glimepiride metformin in uncontrolled type, what are the clinical evidences? See, prospective observation study report glimepiride metformin HbA1c by 1.4 within 4 to 6 months. You can see baseline is this 8.3 and HbA1c check between 4 to 6 months, it went to less than 7. Again, this is a short-term intensive therapy in newly diagnosed type 2 diabetic patient. It's with HbA1c of more than 9. Intensive treatment with sulfonylurea metformin for 12 weeks. And post fasting 2 hours postprandial HbA1c decreased very significantly, and statistically also you can see, and homoinsulin resistance decreased and homo B increased significantly. That was also statistically significant. And total cholesterol, triglyceride, LDL decreased significantly. Again, that was also statistically very, very significant. So short-term intensive treatment with the glimepiride combined with metformin is safe and effective in newly diagnosed type 2 diabetic with HbA1c of more than 9. Again, here they have used multiple strengths of glimepiride, that is from 0.5 to 4 milligram, and metformin also in different strengths in Indian type 2 diabetic patient. So it is a case-based questionnaire survey report from the 174 healthcare professionals across India. And you can see the glimepiride from 0.5 to 4 and metformin 500, 850. Multiple strengths are being used in both the fixed dose combination. And you can see the glimepiride and fixed dose combination are not associated with significant risk of hypoglycemia. I will show the data. Here you can see different strength usage of glimepiride and metformin. You can see from different 5 groups have been put in this thing, and see the numbers. Again, based on duration of diabetes, again, newly diagnosed less than 5 years, 5 to 10 years, and more than 10 years also. So different duration of diabetes was also included here. Not only the different dosages, different duration of diabetes. So use of different dose of glimepiride, metformin 50 combination with patients with complication. Again, you can see complications are cardiovascular disease and peripheral vascular disease. You can see neuropathy, retinopathy, nephropathy, diabetic foot, CVD and PVD. That shows the safety and efficacy of the drug even with these complications of CVD and peripheral vascular disease, which is very common again. And insulin usage in patients on glimepiride and metformin fixed dose combination. You can see the group 1, nearly 5.5% of the population are using insulin. In the group 2, nearly 14, group 3, nearly 21%, and group 5, you can see nearly 30% of the patients have been using insulin. That means with a potent, with a good secretagogue, again, you are using with insulin. So what are the risks you will be expecting? Hypoglycemia and weight gain. That was also well balanced here. So the new outcome of the study on glimepiride and metformin in clinical practice, high doses of glimepiride from 2, 3, 4, metformin again fixed dose combination are widely used even in patients with BMI of more than 25 kilogram. That is, we call this obesity in our population if the BMI is more than 25, and highlighting its weight neutral benefit. So in elderly population more than 60 years, again, glimepiride metformin are widely prescribing, highlighting the safety again in the elderly population. High doses of glimepiride fixed dose combination are also used in combination with insulin, highlighting its weight neutrality and less hypoglycemia. So this is the interesting facts of the study. So again, metformin fixed dose combination better than metformin uptitration in uncontrolled diabetes. Again, you can see a randomized open label parallel group multi-center study. And the patients on treatment 209 Korean type 2 diabetic patients with HbA1c between 7 to 10 on metformin 500, 1000 milligram per day received glimepiride metformin fixed dose combination or metformin uptitration treatment. And the results, you can see HbA1c 1.2 versus 0.2 in the metformin monotherapy. Here it is 1.2, and it was statistically significant. Fasting plasma in the fixed dose combination 35.7 versus 18.6 in the monotherapy. Again, that was also statistically significant. Patient with HbA1c of more than 7 also, you can see 75% reached the target, but here it is only 46%. That was also statistically significant. So higher proportion of patients with the glimepiride group versus only 26.8. And again, the statistical significance was reach the goal of HbA1c of less than 7 at 12 months of treatment. And this is again a randomized double-blind multi-center clinical trial. And 152 uncontrolled type 2 diabetes have been taken, and 2 pills of glimepiride, metformin or glibenclamide and metformin. You know how potent it is, and now we are not using this glibenclamide. You can see here, glibenclamide metformin 6 months and 12 months, glimepiride metformin 6 months and 12 months. You see the fasting plasma glucose here with the glimepiride, the modern sulfonylurea, it is 46%, and in the 12th month also less than your glibenclamide. Postprandial, again, you can see the difference, and reduction in HbA1c, it was again very significant with this. So that is the importance of modern sulfonylurea like glimepiride and when compared to glibenclamide. And evaluation of safety and efficacy of glimepiride and sitagliptin in combination with metformin in patients with type 2 diabetic mellitus. So one arm metformin with sitagliptin and the other arm metformin with glimepiride. Open label randomized comparative multi-center trial, 305 type 2 diabetic patients who were either drug naive or uncontrolled on metformin. Treatment glimepiride 1 or 2 milligram, metformin 1000 milligram once daily, or sitagliptin 50, metformin 500 twice daily. For 12 weeks it was been done, and you can see the fasting plasma glucose and this thing, red color was sitagliptin, and glimepiride showed a better fasting reduction when compared to the sitagliptin, and postprandial also was better with the glimepiride than your sitagliptin. HbA1c reduction of various diabetic drugs, you know, and you can see glimepiride 1.5, whereas pioglitazone 0.8, and all the gliptins 0.8, and you can see that even liraglutide or semaglutide, everything, it was scoring better than any other OHs or the thing. It was 1.5 with glimepiride. So the link is uncontrolled diabetes, the real burden in India. Earlier reduction will be good. And tight study reports 76.6% of Indian diabetic population has poor glycemic control because of the non-intensification. Earlier treatment intensification associated with shorter time to subsequent glycemic control and for earlier metabolic memory or the legacy effect. So glimepiride metformin reduces HbA1c by 1.4% within 4 to 6 months. So the earlier is the better to prevent the complications and have a good glycemic control. So the uncontrolled diabetes management key is hit hard, hit early, and eat consistently with glimepiride and metformin. So HbA1c more than just a number. Each 1% reduction, as I told you earlier, decreases approximately 12 to 43% risk of diabetes-related mortality and morbidity. Moreover, tight glycemic control reduces the associated complications. That has been well proved with so many number of very good studies, and it shows the improvement, the quality of life in patients with type 2 diabetes. In this connection, glimepiride and metformin is still an important OAD for earlier intensification in this era of newer anti-diabetic agents. Thank you.
So, thank you, sir. So we will move on to the next speaker. May I invite Dr. Sanjay Reddy, sir, who doesn't need introduction to this audience. As a customary thing, he is a consultant diabetologist, Center for Diabetes and Endocrine Care, Fortis Hospital, Bangalore. and he will be speaking on novel three-dimensional approach in managing type 2 diabetes with special focus on vildagliptin and dapagliflozin. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Balaji. And I thank Microlabs for asking me to do this talk. I have conflict of interest for this session. So I'm in an era of combination therapies, and majority of the drugs are becoming generic. We're going to see an influx of every possible combination which comes in. So what I'm going to do is where to position this DPP-4, SGLT2 and metformin. What do I do in clinical practice? Do I write this drug? Yes. Where, when, how? And also looking at some data. Now, the combinations are available to us for practice. Let's look at why we treat diabetes patients. Glycemia is a very important part of management of any diabetes patient, but more so the need to manage glycemia aggressively from the beginning is the goal. And if you look at all the studies earlier, looking at the legacy effect from the VADT trials, looking at patient inertia, doctor's inertia. Majority of the time, the older approach of stepwise management of diabetes, knee-jerk reaction. My A1C is 8, now I will lifestyle metformin come back, it will be 9. So the meaning is you're treating patients as their A1C is going higher. The idea of management of diabetes is to make sure that the A1C doesn't go up. The reason being, we know cardiovascular, and it's important to look at cardiovascular risk factor management, weight management, glycemic management, and cardiorenal protection. When you're using these multiple agents, can we get all of this and glycemia by using this triple drug? We know, and we can do it. And if you look at the TIDE study protocol, how many of our patients had A1Cs? Majority of the population. If you do a clinical audit in your clinic and see how many had A1C less than around 7, I think you'll be surprised to find that majority of the patients do not. So 76% of our population are not controlled. Those who are treated, forget about those who are not getting treated. So optimum OAD should have on-target glycemic control, multiple safe mechanism action on omnious octet, end organ protection, and good patient compliance. Can we achieve this? So current channels or challenges for these OADs are inadequate action on the omnious octet, which we will see. If you give one part of the physiology is covered. If you give 2, some part. So when you're combining 3 drugs, can we address all the pathophysiological aspects of an omnious octet? Hypoglycemia, weight gain is a concern when you're using drugs, long-term beta cell destruction, lack of end organ protection, weight gain, patient compliance. You have 4 drugs, sir, morning, afternoon, evening, 2 times a day, 3 drugs become 6. So if you can combine, does it improve compliance? And we know that very well. So optimum OAD should overcome the barriers, should act on multiple sites of action, no risk of hypoglycemia, protect the end organs, weight reduction, and improve compliance in patients. So what is the data on update on guidelines? What do guidelines say on combination therapy? This is the AAC, the American College of Endocrinology, and the American College of AACE, both the American organizations, both an endocrine organizations out of America. Look at that. If you have if a patient is A1C is less than 7.5, consider monotherapy. 7.5 and above, start dual therapy itself. If he's not meeting goals, first lifestyle, A1C is less than 7. Any one of the drug, more than 7.5 at diagnosis, triple therapy. If it is still higher, then switch to insulin. Be aggressive from the beginning. If you look at, listen to Ralph DeFranco's data, where he used triple combination. Now, I like GLP-1 RA, metformin, SGLT2 inhibitor, sulfur, glitazone, metformin, and DPP-4 inhibitors for some time. So looking at what happens to this data, what happens to these patients over a period of time, their glycemia is maintained longer, less than 7, at the same time not causing hypoglycemia, not causing weight gain. Now 2023 guidelines for ADA, look how from a A1C centric approach, we have come to an approach where you look at ASCVD risk, heart failure, renal parameters, then CKD if you have, what you need to do. And majority, if you look at all this, after metformin, if you have, even before metformin, if your ASCVD risk is predominant, you can start off now an SGLT2 inhibitor or GLP-1 analog, and weight is the issue. Weight management is one of the biggest thing which is taken into consideration, behavioral change, and then and other social determinants of health to be taken into consideration whenever you're treating a patient with diabetes. Now, glycemic approach, you can use any one of them. Combination therapy, combination injectable, combination therapy, whenever previously they were never used to agree on combination therapy. We have been using them for ages. Is it not? Just now we heard Dr. Selvapanin talk about SUs, and all of us use in practice. They're very potent drugs. If somebody says, I'm not using, it's not. For every diabetic patient, you're going to use this. But these novel things which are there will help us to protect the heart, protect the kidney, at the same time reduce weight. And also, if you look at a DPP-4 inhibitor, it also has, if you start DPP-4 inhibitors earlier, if you look at the verified trial, you can sustain euglycemia for a longer period of time. And majority of the cardiovascular deaths, 60% of patients of death are due to CV disease in a diabetic patient, 2 to 4-fold increase in coronary artery disease, 2 to 4-fold increase in stroke, and 2 to 5-fold increase in heart failure. So heart failure's manifestation, you won't know at all. So it's very important that if you treat this, is important that CV mortality, heart failure, development at any age since type 2 was associated with a 5-year absolute and relative risk of death. So heart failure can be very subtle. Not everybody walks in with breathlessness and says that he has heart failure. You need to diagnose them earlier, start treating. And decreasing cardiovascular mortality is one of this. Suppose you combine SGLT2 and DPP4 with metformin. Metformin, we know the benefits of metformin for almost 5 decades now. But you combine metformin along with SGLT2 and DPP4, you have less weight, reduction in systolic blood pressure, there's pleiotropic effects, weight neutrality, an incretin-like effect due to the effect of DPP4, and better glycemic control. And when you combine DPP4 and SGLT2 along with metformin, combining these two itself, there is decrease in the genitourinary infection. One of the concern of using SGLT2 inhibitors is genital. This is because it suppresses, DPP4 seem to have an effect on the fungal suppression, meaning to say multiplication of the fungal spores. So that is one of the reasons to say that they have lesser genitourinary infection. So a combination of SGLT2 inhibitors, DPP4 inhibitor, and metformin, what is the evidence? Now look at all the studies which are done. These are the triple dose combination of a combination of a DPP4, metformin, and sulfur and SGLT2 inhibitors, which have done over the years. So these studies were a double-blinded study conducted to assess the efficacy of DAPA on a combination of patients inadequately controlled on DPP4 and metformin. These are new drugs which are coming to the market. We don't need a randomized control trial to prove 3 effective drugs they can put in. Only thing is, are they stable and they can be put in? That they do a pharmacokinetic study, and I'll show you the data. This is the triple dose combination. This they assessed in the pharmacokinetic, and pharmacokinetic data was evaluated by using 3 drugs separately versus all the 3 drugs in total. There was not much difference in this. This is enough to give them a label application for a 3-drug triple dose. So in a study of 482 patients with type 2 diabetes, inadequately controlled on metformin plus open label SGLT2, the addition of linagliptin was evaluated using 2 different dual therapy FDCs. And majority of the patients who got DPP4, SGLT2, and metformin had a reduction in A1C of less than 7. A triple dose combination, similarly, similar study with 333 patients showed that those who received the triple dose FTC combination achieved good glycemic control. So the learning till now, as per TIDE study report, 76.6% population is on uncontrolled diabetes. We have to have an optimum OAD that should overcome the barriers and challenges of conventional OADs. Optimum OAD ideally should have a target A1C reduction multiple sites of organ action and end organ protection and safety. So we know reduction, protection, safety. The power of three, you have metformin, you have dapagliflozin, vildagliptin. They all have proven that they reduce A1C, they have proven CV benefits, or they are CV neutral. They have renal protection benefits, weight reduction, BP reduction, and A1C reduction. It's the power of three. When you use all of these, this is good. And this is the DCJ approval for metformin, vildagliptin, and dapagliflozin combination. This has been there quite some time. Now, what are the decision-making algorithms? Where do I use it? I have a patient who comes in who's on metformin, A1C is about 8.5. I wanted to use DPP4 and SGLT2 as an ideal patient for that, has increased cardiovascular. I can use a triple drug regime. Is it not? I have a patient who's only on metformin and DPP4 inhibitor, and I want to add an SGLT2 inhibitor because his A1C is 8. So I can use it there. Or a patient coming for the first time, A1C above 9. Think of using a triple drug for some time. Did you get your A1Cs well under control? We know during initial diagnosis, any drug works. So different case scenarios of using these. Our patients are already using separately these three drugs for compliance purpose. Can we do better? So, or your patient is on insulin and is on all the OHAs you want, and you want to use this as an alternative, you can. So in conclusion, most clinical guidelines advocate an individualized approach to setting patient A1C targets, which should be achieved for optimal treatment of type 2 diabetes. Future clinical practice, a combination of SGLT, DPP4, and metformin may provide an additional treatment option for guideline-directed type 2 diabetes management, including intensification of treatment. FTCB may be suitable for a host of patients, including those with established ASCVD or indicators of high risk, established heart failure or CKD due to tolerability of the combination, in addition to the potential benefits of SGLT2 on CV and renal outcomes, and no increased risk of heart failure with either agent. Since patients with type 2 diabetes may be at risk of non-adherence due to complexity of treatment with multiple medication for the condition, in addition to treatments for comorbidities and the requirement of self-care activities, diet, exercise, food care, blood glucose monitoring, the use of an FDC therapy would simply individual treatment regimes for type 2 diabetes and reduce the risk of adherence. Most important thing is adherence in practice. You have 10, 12 drugs for patients taking, so you can improve this adherence by this. Thus, this approach has the potential to increase the number of patients adhering to treatment and achieving the glycemic targets, which would translate into a low long-term risk of complication of type 2 diabetes, including micro and microvascular combination. Thank you very much. And the FTCs are here to stay. I think one of our speakers may be running late because she's there. We will keep, me and Dr. Selpamanian, we can keep taking, we can carry on a discussion if possible. So she's running late. She'll be there. 5 to 10 minutes. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So, Selva, so any questions?
I have a question to sir.
Yes.
We both will discuss.
That's
Sir,
good.
we've been using whenever there's a new drug. Now these are all the whenever there's a new combination, they forget the old combinations. Is it not? Anybody coming to you and asking, sir, please write sulfonylurea metformin combination? No.
Really, yeah. Nobody asked me like that, but in certain situations, we'll be very seeing the trial results and everything. We'll be very much, interested in using newer drugs. But still, the older drugs, we have nearly 20 years of experience with your glimepiride and metformin. And from that time, we have stopped writing the glibenclamide. After glimepiride's thing, we have stopped and we have forgot about the thing. But still, we have got a lot of reports about this combination, that it is showing a very good efficacy, better than your glibenclamide. That's what I showed in my slides. And earlier, intensification with these drugs, because we have a lot of experience, more than 2 decades of experience with sulfonylureas, and these modern sulfonylureas are very, very safe to intensify. And along with insulin also, I showed some studies, and that showed the very good control and safety profiles. So that's the important thing, because we forget that we think that glimepiride, modern sulfonylureas, we compare them with the older sulfonylurea like glibenclamide, glipizide.
So we have a lot of risk with your older thing. That's what these newer drugs are equal to your. That's what Carolina also did with their DPP4 inhibitors. Glimepiride gained a lot of gain of this Carolina more than the linagliptin. The study was conducted by the linagliptin company, but the credit went to the glimepiride company. So much of safetiness with your cardiovascular safety was there with this modern sulfonylurea, glimepiride and metformin. And certainly your patient is going to not ask anything that I want this drug or other drug. The thing is, when you have a asymptomatic HbA1c of more than 9, certainly you catch them very young. And if you reduce the risk, even they can go for remission also. Because in the newer patients, when you're going to start these drugs, earlier the control, tighter the control, even they can go for remissions, because weight gain is not that much and hypoglycemic risk is also not there. So glimepiride metformin is going to have a very good thing. We can't forget the studies which are proved, and still it is proving a lot of studies. That is the importance.
So just to add things to the things what you both spoke. So after the emergence of this fixed drug combination and the generic version of gliflozins and gliptins with plethora of benefits, is this the end for sulfonylurea?
No. Though I would prefer to use sulfonate, it's not the end. Now, all of them, we know it's a progressive disorder which we're dealing with, and whatever drugs, and obviously GLP-1 therapies are beyond the cost of anybody's pocket in our country, though they have benefits beyond, very good glycemic benefits, benefits on weight loss, cardiovascular safety, cardiovascular benefits as well as renal benefit. No, there's no end. This is not the end of sulfonylurea, sir. They are going to be used, but they may be used a little later. If I looked at analysis of my practice the last 7 years, just looking at the same way, I think I agree with me. After they become generic, previously they used to think, patients say, I can't afford the 70 rupees tablet. No, how many people can afford 70 rupees tablet even in Bangalore or anywhere else? So as they become generic and cheaper, with the benefits, there are a certain amount of game changers in diabetes management. And if you have a triple drug in still cheaper version, why not? And then sulfonylureas are going to stay. They're going to stay forever. They are effective, but probably a little later you'll add. That's all it is. But certain patients, like sir will tell you where you can't use it, and you have to use
one question.
One question, sir. There's a common question asked by the patients and doctors also. The food intake and medication, and food intake, medication, insulin. Is there any relation really, and when to take really? Because triple drug combination, some drugs before food, after food.
So, I will give you a clinical scenario with glimepiride and metformin. See, your fasting sugars are very high, 160 or something. Your postprandial is just 210 or 250. You can use glimepiride and metformin in the night. If you're same thing, your fasting is somewhat less than 140 or something, your postprandial is 250 or something, then you can use the same glimepiride and metformin in the morning. This is where you have to adjust the dose according to your blood sugar.
What about insulin, sir?
Insulin again, I'm coming. No, because my talk was this on this combination, because he was asking a very good question. Will sulfonylurea still stay? That's what I'm telling. The safety has been well proved in the very good studies like Carolina, and we have shown so many studies. So it is going to be there, and the usage, because it is so simple, we have got a lot of experience. We don't know about these newer drugs, what will be the thing after a decade or something. So in insulin also, appropriate now modern insulin analogs are there, human insulins are there. You have to use it appropriately when modern insulins can be even taken after your food, just before your food also. But human insulin, certainly it has to be taken 30 minutes prior to your food, then only the monomeric form will be achieved from the hexameric form. So these are the differences. Certainly food and medication timing is also very, very important. And this always has a interaction.
We have to individualize the interval.
Yes,
food
interval.
intake and medication interval should be individualized.
According to their work profile and other things, it differs. Because I'm in an area within that 1 kilometer range, this side Bora Muslims are there. This side, Tamil Muslims are there. And just in another half kilometer, Gujarati, Marwad and all that. See the different heterogeneity in the food itself. My friend Bora Muslim, he will be taking bread toast and omelette in the morning.
and my Tamilian Muslim friend will be taking idli, dosa, pongal, vada. And if you go to that Marathi, Jain and other thing, we are all in just within a kilometer, that's all. See the heterogeneity of food. He'll be taking kakra, poha and other things. So much of variation. So it is not that treatment also is different. Certainly without knowing the food, from the patient. So individualization can't be done. That is how individualization, according to his food, according to his work stature and other things, that is going to be individualized. So that is individualization. Not the drugs, or more than the drugs, your food also plays a very important role. And if I go to Tinagar clinic in the afternoon, there it is totally brunch in the morning. They take only at 11 o'clock or something. So with this heterogeneous situation in the food itself, you see how we have to individualize. So according, we can never ask them to change their style. Lifestyle modification is you would take a dietary recall, physical recall, everything, activity, everything. Accordingly, you can individualize to every patient. You can't say that you can't fast for a Muslim friend or any indifferent, because you have to respect that culture also. And accordingly, there are full contraindications, then we can advise them that this is dangerous or something. Otherwise, according to their culture, their faith and other things, we have to individualize the treatment also, and food also so much of heterogeneity. So certainly individualization is very important in that aspect.
Thank you.
Yes. So any questions? So with the
my friend Sanjay was giving a very good talk on the triple drug combination. Certainly, this triple drug, I used to say, DP4 SGLT2 metformin. Fill it like hero on advertisement. Fill it, shut it, forget it. If you start this drug, that's all. You do not worry about hypoglycemia. No weight gain will be there, but instead you will be having better pleiotropic benefits like cardiovascular, hospital heart failure will be reduced. Your renal protection will be increased. Like that, such a drug, even your monitoring can be less. Because when you are adding other triple drug combination, you require a lot of monitoring and regular interval of follow-ups and other things. But this latest edition of this triple drug combination, he told asymptomatic above the 9%, certainly it will have a very good effect. Just in a single tablet fix, the complaints also be very good, and the patient will be telling with a single tablet my doctors manage, and the earlier control also will be there with this drug. So fill it, shut it, forget it is the combination what my friend Sanjay thought.
So
I like the statement though, anyway.
So one question with things. So after the emergence of this fixed combination with vildagliptin with gliflozin, so whether you think the incidence of urinary tract infection will be reduced with this fixed drug combination?
Because the organism is producing a lot of DPP4 enzyme is being produced from this UTA infection. So because of that, there is DPP inhibition you are doing. So the DPP enzyme which has been released from the microorganism is being prevented. Thereby, your UTA infection is coming down. Because in the Indians, when the international study was there, in the Indian patients had less UTA infection than compared to the Caucasian population. Our genital hygiene is totally different from the Caucasian population. So UTA, when this has been combined, the DP4 inhibition reduces the DP enzyme which is there from the microorganism, and your infection is UTA infection has been very much controlled.
So there is, when you use a SGLT2 inhibitors, you have to accept that there's some percentage of them develop genitourinary infection. But when you're using it with the combination of the DPP4 inhibitors, as Dr. Selvapanyan told, there's a decrease. I showed the data. There's a decrease in genitourinary infection. But saying this, when we're using with the usage of SGLT2 inhibitors over a period, you do get to see a lot of patients. But most important is genital hygiene, as Dr. Advised. So you should talk about genital hygiene to all your patients.
See, and they get adapted. That's the important point I want to convey. After this 8 years of usage of SGLT2 inhibitor, we have seen this. See, after 3 years also, they might come with UTA infection. You need not worry. Just treat it. And meanwhile, if they have been hospitalized, stop the medication for some time and you can restart the medication. That's what I'm doing. So they get adapted. That's the important information I want to give you. UTA is not a thing. When they have been controlled very well with this drug, without any UTA, suddenly they are getting, don't be panicked. Certainly, you can restart in these patients.
Thank you. So thank you both the speakers for just sharing the platform and having a wonderful discussion. So we will move on to the next speaker and may invite Dr. Lakshmi Nagendra, who is an assistant professor, Department of Endocrinology from JSS Academy of Higher Education Research from Mysore, and she will be speaking on emerging DO with a special focus on sitagliptin and dapagliflozin. Over to you, madam. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for that kind introduction. Good evening. I'm Dr. Lakshmi, and I'll be speaking on the emerging DO, the SITA and DAPA, the DO that has flooded all our OPDs today. So this is the agenda for today's talk. And when we look at why we need to look at the combination therapy in diabetes, we know we are targeting a HbA1c of 7.7% or even lower for optimal diabetes control, but the global average HbA1c in patients is at 9.5%. In spite of availability of multiple medications, effective glycemic control is not achieved as most of the patients are on monotherapy. What are the challenges with monotherapy? We know that diabetes is a progressive disease. If the patient is controlled on one OAD in the initial stages, we know diabetes progresses and the control may not be the same with one therapy as the diabetes progresses. And there is also prolonged hyperglycemia on our part before treatment is stepped up. We see the patients many times in our OPD, we tell them we'll try with one drug, optimize your diet, optimize your exercise, but then it doesn't happen. And many times we see that there is a prolonged period of hyperglycemia before we step up to the second drug. And high dosage may also lead to adverse effects. Then there are other factors like presence of comorbidities or patient fatigue or poor adherence, which can lead to, the challenges in treating diabetes. So there are multiple benefits of combination therapy. Addition of low-dose non-insulinic antidiabetic drug to monotherapy can improve drug efficiency by as much as 80%. And combination therapy also allows lower doses of the drugs to be used, thereby mitigating any dose-related side effects that the drugs can have. So this is a graph which shows two approaches that we can follow in our OPD. The first graph you can see in blue there is a step-by-step approach. First, we put the patient on diet and exercise, which is very important and which should be the first step with all the approaches. But then when we go on to OAD monotherapy, then OAD up titration, OAD combination, then go on to insulin, there are a lot of highs and lows, and it is not the optimal graph that we are looking for. Whereas when you see the yellow graph, this is earlier and more aggressive intervention, that where we are starting with two drugs right from the start and hitting hard. You see a consistent graph without many highs and lows from the conventional therapy. So before we look at the combination therapy for SGLT2 inhibitors and DPP4 inhibitors, looking at the guidelines, what they say individually about these drugs or in combination. Now, most of the guidelines today recommend SGLT2 inhibitors or DPP4 inhibitors for the combination therapy in diabetes. So looking at DPP4 inhibitors individually, they are the established agents for diabetes management. Now we've been using them for more than a decade now, and they're also very affordable as opposed to previous days where nobody could afford most of the DPP4 inhibitors. Now we know the mechanism of action. They inhibit the enzyme that degrades the incretin hormones, GLP-1 and GIP, and they result in elevated GLP-1 and GIP concentrations. So this leads to increase in plasma GLP-1 and GIP. And this stimulates insulin secretion from the beta cells and glucagon secretion from the alpha cells. So this leads to inhibition of endogenous glucose production and reduction in plasma glucose concentration. Now we know SGLT2 inhibitors are the drugs now. They have established efficacy in the treatment of diabetes plus cardiorenal benefits, which is a major advantage of this class of drugs. So when we combine SGLT2 inhibitors and DPP4 inhibitors, they have a complementary mechanism of action. They complement each other in their action. There is a low risk of hypoglycemia with the combination of these drugs. We don't have to worry at all about causing hypoglycemia in the patient. Low chances of drug-to-drug interaction and better therapeutic outcomes, as we'll see, compared to other drug combinations. And there is not only good glycemic control, but a comprehensive metabolic control, weight loss, blood pressure control, and uric acid reduction with this combination. Now, efficacy of SGLT2 inhibitor plus DPP4 inhibitor combination is proven in many of the studies. As you can see, HbA1c reduction in combination therapy over SGLT2 therapy or over DPP4 inhibitor therapy is much higher. So the reduction in HbA1c was much higher compared to using each of these drugs alone. Not only the parameters of glycemic control, that is the HbA1c, FPG or PPG, but there was also a reduction in body weight, as you can see with the combination, and also a reduction in systolic blood pressure, which is the pleiotropic effects of this combination of the drug. So compared to monotherapies, the combination was associated with low risk of hypoglycemia despite large decreases in HbA1c. Now, this is the outcome that we are all aiming for. We want to decrease HbA1c, but we do not want to cause hypoglycemia. And this is the ideal drug to do that. And there was also a lower rate of genital infections, which is usually associated with SGLT2 inhibitors. So win-win either ways. So when we look at the mechanism of action, we are targeting a multiple of, array of pathophysiology in diabetes here. SGLT2 inhibitors acting on the kidneys, causing increased glycosuria, weight loss, and decreased glucotoxicity. They act on the pancreas. They improve the beta cell sensitivity and insulin secretion, where we have the DPP4 inhibitors acting on the gut, causing the increasing effect and increasing the GLP-1 and GIP-1, leading to a host of effects which is beneficial to our patients. Now, we know dapagliflozin lowers blood glucose levels independently of insulin action, reduces rate of CV death or heart failure, and does not adversely affect MACE, and also reduces, not possibly, also definitely reduces progression of renal disease, provides good glycemic control, reduces body weight and BP, as we have seen, and also has low risk of hypoglycemia. Now, we know beyond doubt that dapagliflozin as an add-on therapy in diabetes is efficacious. The reduction as HbA1c has ranged from -0.1 to -2 in a lot of studies, and combination with all other OADs has been studied. Efficacy of dapagliflozin with cardiovascular complications has also been proven. You can see the reduction in HbA1c, FPG, body weight, and even systolic blood pressure, which is beneficial to these patients with cardiovascular complications. And of course, efficacy of dapagliflozin in improving cardiovascular outcomes has been the talk of the decade. When we look at sitagliptin, so we say that the DPP4 inhibitor is efficacious when there is a higher DPP4 inhibition, right? So with vildagliptin, the residual DPP4 activity is about 71%. So the inhibition is only about 28%. So to have a more than 90% inhibition over 24 hours, we need a twice daily dosage, which is one of the major disadvantages with this drug. Whereas when you look at sitagliptin, the residual DPP4 activity is quite low at 8%, and there is a DPP4 inhibition of about 91%. So this is one area where it scores over vildagliptin and class of gliptin. And also when we look at the selectivity, it's much high compared to the other class of gliptin. So it's only moderate selectivity with vildagliptin, saxagliptin, linagliptin, and teneligliptin, whereas we see a high selectivity for DPP4 inhibition with sitagliptin. Now, this combination of sitagliptin and dapagliflozin versus monotherapy of sitagliptin has been proven to be better in a number of ways. The HbA1c reduction is more by 1.5%. The FPG reduction is almost 28 milligram per deciliter, and 47% of the patients achieved target goal of HbA1c less than 7%. So it was superior than sitagliptin monotherapy alone. So summarizing the benefits of sitagliptin and dapagliflozin combination, there are multiple pathophysiological targets that the combination is targeting. It leads to improved glycemic control, but over and above the glycemic control, we also have effective weight loss and blood pressure control with only a single once-a-day dosing. And also added to this is the low risk of hypoglycemia and other side effects, which makes it the ideal combination drug. So the key take-home messages would be monotherapy is inadequate to maintain target glycemic control in the long run in majority of our patients. Hence, combination therapy should be considered. Early combination therapy offers more rapid glycemic control, CV risk reduction, and hence improves patients' glycemic profiles without significantly increasing the incidence of side effects. So combination of the drugs that we've spoken about today, DPP4 inhibitors and SGLT2 inhibitors, effectively controls glucose levels with positive effects on body weight, FPG, PPG, and also blood pressure. And this combination offers benefits of targeting multiple pathophysiologies in diabetes and effective and comprehensive metabolic control with improved glycemic control, prevents end organ damage, and there's also low risk of hypoglycemia and other adverse effects. Thank you for your patient listening.
Thank you, madam, for your short, crispy talk. So any questions from the floor? Okay, fine. So if there are no questions, we will move on to the last part of the day. So this industrial symposium is sponsored by Aries Life Sciences. To start the things, may I invite Dr. Jayashree Gopal, madam. So she will be speaking on technology as an enabler of insulin initiation. She is the director of Diab Endo India, Chennai, senior consultant endocrinologist and diabetologist, Apollo Hospital, Chennai.
Okay, wonderful.
So I want to finish off on it.
Very good. How are you? Hello, I'm Good evening. So the title of my talk is Technology as Enabler of Insulin Initiation. And we keep showing this slide. I wanted to put it up again to say that I think all of our preventive measures for diabetes has to start here when the beta cell function starts to decline, which is about 15 years before they are actually diagnosed. So we really need to be concentrating on the slightly high HbA1cs, the 5.9s and the 6s to preserve whatever beta cell function is remaining. So this is important. Of course, once diabetes is diagnosed also, there is a lot of inertia, though it is changing now because we have better and better agents, but it still remains the fact that in India, insulin therapy is only initiated when HbA1c levels are around 9%. And it still is the fact that a lot of people with diabetes in India, particularly type 2, though insulin therapy, we can delay it because of the use of the oral agents, will land up requiring insulin. And the failure to advance therapy means that we are sort of adding to the glycemic burden. And we know that if you don't get the HbA1c under control within the first year of diagnosis, we are really increasing their risks later on. Early insulin initiation has been shown to have multiple benefits, including better glycemic control, better beta cell recovery. We all are aware of the studies where soon after diagnosis, if we use insulin, they are actually cured at the end of 1 year. It, of course, helps to reduce cardiovascular risk and improve beta cell function in the long term. So the delay in insulin initiation occurs because of various factors, patient barriers. I think that is the main concern as far as patients are concerned, needle phobia. Apart from that, injecting in public is embarrassing. They do not want to take their devices out or to the office or wherever they are. Physician, for us, it's a lack of time and resources. We do not have a diabetes educator or somebody or a nurse in the clinic to, and we really don't have the time quite often to sit with the patient and explain to them. And there are several common barriers. Starting insulin is too complex, though, of course, with the newer basal insulins, this has become easy. And the main concern for both patients and doctors is the fear of hypoglycemia. It remains the major limiting factor. And this is a slide which lays out all the reasons why hypoglycemia can occur. And of course, routinely when we see a patient on insulin and they are having hypoglycemia, we sort of go through all of these things pretty standard. Couple of things I want to point out. One is failure to taper down insulin dose. So particularly in elderly, once they reach a reasonable level of sugar control, we need to start tapering down the level. And second is failure to self-titrate insulin doses. So sometimes it becomes a very complex mechanism, and that's what I'm going to be talking about with the remainder of the talk. How can they monitor their sugars and adjust their insulin doses? There was a recent study published, a pan sort of a global study, the Global HAT study, which looked at hypoglycemia events in people with insulin-treated patients, both type 1 and type 2 diabetes, nearly about 30,000 patients from across 24 countries. And the numbers are, staggering. 83% of patients with type 1 and nearly 50% of patients with type 2 had at least one hypoglycemic episode. And as expected, the number of episodes in type 1 are far, far more. Any hypoglycemic, nocturnal, severe. And for type 2, 20%, 3.7 and 2.5 respectively. So numbers are very high. If we look for it, if you look at the CGM data, the numbers are very high. And this is the data from Southeast Asia, which would include the Indian cohort. And in India, at least in Southeast Asia, 100% of type 1 diabetic patients have experienced any hypoglycemic event. One way to prevent or to reduce the risk of hypoglycemia is obviously to use agents and insulins, which reduce the risk of hypoglycemic episodes. And these would include the newer analog insulins, both the basal and the rapid-acting analogs. This was a very nice paper looking at what was the hypoglycemia rate after initiation of basal insulin. And what they showed was that discontinuation of insulin within 12 months of initiation tended to be higher in the hypoglycemia group than in the group that did not suffer hypoglycemia. And interestingly, the discontinuation rate was also higher in those who had a hypoglycemic episode soon after initiation. So if you are able to initiate an insulin or a therapy which does not cause hypoglycemia, chances are they're going to remain on the insulin. How do we improve patient self-care using diabetes technologies? Now we have a whole plethora of options available to us. We have SMBG and we have CGM. Of course, there's the insulin pump and the artificial pancreas, so the sensor modulated pumps. The conventional way of starting insulin, we still do this. We still keep getting nowadays in the era of WhatsApp. We get this almost on a daily basis. Patients send these, messages to us, or from hospitals, we keep getting these snapshots. What is your fasting? What is your pre-lunch? And you can see that it's sometimes all over the place. You can't really make out a pattern. For example, if you see the after lunch, one day it's 144 and one day it's 332. So where do we see a pattern in this? This is where machine learning and artificial intelligence really helps us. Pattern management is what basically artificial intelligence is about. When you see a value here, is the next value going to be here or is it going to be here? How do we predict? How do we find out? And this is where CGM really helps us, continuous glucose monitoring. The search for patterns can be difficult and does not really provide immediate feedback, and the diary is not be enough. A paper which was published recently came out with something called the THINK strategy. The THINK stands for setting reasonable and personalized targets, choosing the type of insulin and choosing the tool for monitoring, whether it is a SMBG, but thinking about this. Are they monitoring the sugars? Are we just going to do a lab? Are we going to do a continuous glucose monitoring? Are we just going to do a glucometer? Titration of insulin dose. Have we explained to them, either based on a lab reading or an SMBG? Have we taught about titrating insulin dose and technology? Is this an appropriate tool for this person? Making sure that we try and achieve harmony between diet, activity, and insulin. Of course, having a person-centered, individualized therapeutic plan. Avoid errors in insulin administration. This still tends to happen. Every clinic visit, we need to make sure that we are thinking about this. Look at the injection sites. Make sure they are doing the proper technique, using it appropriately. And of course, increased knowledge empowers the patient to make sure that they are doing it appropriately. Structured SMBG still remains an important part of blood sugar control in our country. It is recognized as a part of good glycemic management. At least initially, when we are initiating insulin, we can consider doing either a 6 or a 7-point SMBG. So 7-point would also include a 3 a.m. or an SOS when they're having a hypoglycemic episode, and before and after every meal. They may do it daily for the first 1 week or every alternate day for the first 1 week. And then as they become more comfortable and we can also see a pattern, they can also see a pattern, the frequency of this checking can come down. CGMS plays a very important role. CGMS helps to identify glycemic patterns after initiating insulin. I tend to use CGMS in people soon after diagnosis of diabetes as an educational tool for patients to find out how their diet and exercise patterns helps to control, helps them control their blood sugars. But After we initiate insulin, they can understand how best to adjust an insulin dosage. For example, yesterday I had a patient who found that injecting a short-acting insulin half an hour to 45 minutes before the meal. He was doing it 10 minutes before because that's what he'd been told. But he realized that the peak was occurring later. So he was going to shift it to half an hour before, and he realized that that gave better control. And this data, he is a doctor himself, a surgeon. This data he could only get because of the usage of the continuous glucose monitor. So it really helps them decide how best to adjust their insulin doses and helps them to overcome clinical inertia. Their treatment goals can be defined. It increases treatment satisfaction and therapy intensification is possible. And we're all familiar with the basic principle about how it works. There is a little plastic sensor which goes and measures the glucose in the interstitial fluid. There is a sensor which transmits the data either to a reader, or nowadays you have the more advanced versions where it transmits it to an app on the phone. And they either work for, depending on the device that is used, they either work anywhere from 3 to 5 days to 2 weeks. The insertion is fairly easy for the most part. The one thing we do need to remember is that interstitial fluid and plasma glucose sometimes will take time to calibrate with each other. So rapid changes in the plasma glucose will not be picked up with a sensor. But of course, the CGM data will reveal significant insights beyond the blood glucose and A1C. Who are the patients in whom you would consider? And there really is no sort of indications or contraindication, but definitely for people who are not meeting their glycemic targets, particularly with type 1, or who have very brittle diabetes, who have, the sugars going all over the place and we are not able to find out why, or importantly, who have hypoglycemia unawareness, recurrent episodes of hypoglycemia. So like I said, for a lot of people with type 1, wearing a sensor has really revolutionized the way they manage their diabetes. It helps them understand what is happening in their body with their diet and with insulin administration. And for type 2, it's predominantly recommended for people who are not meeting their glycemic goals and who are on insulin. So nowadays we've started talking about newer terms, time and range. How much time do we spend in range? For the most part, we would want most people with diabetes, type 1, type 2, to spend about 70% in range. And you can calculate this using either a CGM or a finger stick blood glucose. The time and range gives a better picture of how often the sugar is either high or low. A few more things that we can use it. So some of the other things we need to be aware of, and we are interpreting a CGM report, a continuous glucose monitoring report. What is the average glucose? On an average, what is being the glucose? You can see the difference from week to week or month to month. What is the glucose variability? How much is it going up and down? It should not vary by more than 36%. So for example, if this person has 45% or 65%, you know that the variability is very high. So the goal in this case is less than 36%. What is the time spent in range? So the TIR, like I said, the goal is more than 70%. This person is spending only 46% time in range. I think we always start with the time below range. We want them to spend as little time as possible, particularly in the elderly, to be time below range. So if the goal is less than 1% and they're having 5 to 10% time in the time below range, first I would target this. Try and improve this. Try and get this below 1%. Then work on this. So once you work on that, you're automatically going to increase the time and range. So the two most important parameters, I think, on this are what is the extent of variability, what is the time below range. These two, at least, we should be aware of when we look at a CGM report. Of course, the final report looks like this. All of the data from all of the days is put together, and you have two bars. You have the inner sort of percentile, which is the 25th to the 75th, and you have the outer, which is the 5th to the 95th. And this is more to do with a medication effect. And these are more to do with the lifestyle factors. So their diet or their exercise or not taking their medicines properly. So depending on which is more, you can talk to them about what needs to be modified. This is what I had said earlier, the CGM metrics for clinical care. Ideally, they should come out with a data like this. More and more, all of these reports are moving towards a more standardized way of looking at the thing. The number of days the CGM device is worn, recommended is 14 days. And at least we should be able to recover 70% of the data from those 14 days. What is the mean glucose? What is the glycemic variability? And what is the time in range? What is the level of hyperglycemia? They have some level 2 hyperglycemia, which is more than 250. Level 1 is 181 to 250. And level 1 and 2 hypoglycemia. So 54 to 70 is level 1. Less than 54 is level 2. So like I said, first focus on this. Get them to have less hypoglycemic episodes. Automatically time and range would improve. And then try and reduce the level 2 and then the level 1 hyperglycemic episodes. These are all the benefits of using a CGM. We get previously unknown hyper and hypoglycemic events. Trend arrows, some of them show, is the glucose trending up or trending down based on the previous value. The glycemic variability, we do not want sugars all over the place. Sugars which are more within the range, within thing, also improves quality of life for the patient. And of course, when we make the appropriate changes, whether we are going to change the insulin, change the dosage of the insulin, change the timing or the site of insulin, we can determine the effect of such glucose lowering therapies using a CGMS. And a lot of actionable information is derived from the CGM report, effect of exercise on glycemic control. So based on that, we can give tips regarding both diet and exercise based on the CGM report. There have been several landmark trials for CGM. They've used different sort of technologies, either a flash glucose monitoring or the conventional continuous glucose monitoring. And most of them have pretty much shown that there is improvement in the A1C when you use a continuous glucose monitor versus conventional treatment, and that you reduce the time spent in hypoglycemia. Neonatal health outcomes. So this was in pregnant patients. Whether in type 1 diabetes, pregnant or planning pregnancy, it showed that neonatal health outcomes actually significantly improved. So this is one area where we can consider using it maybe once every trimester. We may not use it all along in pregnancy, particularly the ones which have, say, already on insulin, where you're starting to see that the baby is developing either macrosomia or changes in the amniotic fluid. So precious babies, all of these situations you can consider putting in a CGM. But all of the big control trials show that usage of a continuous glucose monitor improves several parameters of A1C control. So take-home messages. We know that diabetes is increasing daily. There has been a surge in the number of people with diabetes, particularly after COVID. The structured SMBG definitely helps, and we should not let go of it. Like I said, there is a delay between a CGM and an SMBG. They always need to have a glucometer at home. If they have a symptom of hypoglycemia, that has to be confirmed using a SMBG with a glucometer. They should not rely on the CGM for diagnosis of an acute hypoglycemic episode. But it does help with better monitoring of glucose and better titration of insulin doses. And it truly has helped to revolutionize the diabetes management, avoiding hypoglycemic events, improving quality of life for patients. I think that was my last slide. Yeah, thank you very much, and happy to take any questions if there are.
So thank you, madam. So we will move on to the next talk. So to deliver this talk, may I invite Dr. Usha Ayagiri, madam. So she's a consultant diabetes endocrinologist, Apollo Sugar Clinics and Apollo Specialty Hospitals. And she will be speaking on glucose in range, a new dimension with DPP-4 inhibitors. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Dr. Balaji. Now, yes, thank you. And can I, oh,
So I hope you can hear me back there. So you've heard so many talks already about a variety of OADs today. Just in the last session, we've heard about the entire spectrum of OADs. So you might think, what else at the end of the day, between me and dinner, what else is she going to talk about? Well, I think that certainly in the OAD space, there is room to rediscuss some of the oldies gold agents. And over the next 20 minutes or so, I'm going to talk to you about sitagliptin. Now, conflicts of interest, I haven't put on the slide, but full disclosure, this talk is sponsored by IRIS. I'm presenting data on behalf of IRIS, but there is no data that I don't academically and scientifically agree with. So whatever I'm presenting, I believe in. So I'm going to talk to you briefly about the trends in diabetes. These challenges, achieving optimal glycemic control, this is something that each and every one of us struggles with day in and day out in daily life. Jayashree has just mentioned time in range. You've heard this term many times over the course of today. We'll talk a little bit about that. Then I'm going to delve down a little bit into DPP-4 inhibitors and then try and summarize everything for you. Doesn't come as a surprise to any of us. This is data we know that the rate of diabetes in India is increasing alarmingly, and that we are the diabetes capital of the world. Proportionate with this, fortunately now, the range of treatments available to us at a price point that's pocket friendly is finally increasing in India, I should say, because for a long time, our ability to prescribe was limited by what the patient could afford. But fortunately, we're in a much stronger position in that now. Now, if you look at the main problem, we might say physiology is the same worldwide. But part of the challenge that we face as people treating diabetes in India is that our carbohydrate load in India is quite significant. You know that the START study showed us that the amount of calories that we consume with carbohydrates is about 64% in all the regions of India, which means that our glycemic excursions postprandially present a particular challenge for us. So it's not unusual for us to see maybe a fasting that's okay, but a PP, especially a post-lunch, that's significantly higher. And the glycemic excursions in the average Indian population can be about 62.5% higher than elsewhere by comparison. The other thing that we have with us as a particular physiological challenge, we know that adiponectin maintains insulin sensitivity and provides cardioprotection. However, as an Indian, we have low adiponectin levels. So challenge number one. Number two, this insulin sensitivity, we know that we are more insulin resistant, that we have more fat centrally, and that we have a phenotype called the thin fat phenotype. This means that our diabetes can be more difficult to control unless we address this challenge of insulin resistance. So this insulin resistance is linked to your low adiponectin levels. We also have a lower intact GLP-1 level. Now, we know that the GLP-1 released from the intestine in response to food stimulation potentiates your insulin response. And therefore, if we have a low intact GLP-1 level, we can perhaps deduce that our insulin response to the said GLP might also be affected. And in us, the other side of the coin is that our DPP-4 seems to be extraordinarily efficient. And we know that DPP-4 is the enzyme that degrades the GLP-1, dipeptidyl peptidase 4. So we have the perfect storm. We are thin fat. We have a low adiponectin. This adiponectin then worsens our insulin resistance. Add to that our lower intact GLP-1 levels and our super efficient DPP-4. It's not a great combo. So if you look at us, as I said, we have thin fat Indians with at a normal BMI or a near normal BMI. Our central adiposity makes us more insulin resistant. This also goes along with sarcopenia. We are not great at exercising or building muscle, and we have an inherent sarcopenia. We also have genetic factors, which then mean that there is an early decline of beta cell function, and we get our diabetes and the consequent cardiovascular complications at a younger age. We also have, as I said, higher insulin resistance, these lowered adipocytokines, the inflammatory markers, and this dyslipidemia characterized by low levels of HDL and high levels of LDL and triglycerides. So the perfect storm almost metabolically in terms of being more prone to diabetes, being more insulin resistant, having a higher chance of cardiovascular complications at a younger age. So we have this Indian incretin axis, if you will. We have a low level of GLP-1, we have a low level of intact GLP, and this hyperactive over efficient DPP-4 enzyme. So if we wanted to address this, agents tackling the incretin axis, one would imagine would give us a particular advantage. As I said, we have this postprandial hyperglycemia. We are predominantly carb consumers at lunch, more so than at any other meal, and our postprandial excursions are pretty heavy. Now, we know that these postprandial excursions have a particular role in endothelial dysfunction, oxidative stress, the inflammatory cascade, and this makes us more prone to the oxidative stress and related cardiovascular abnormalities. Now, if you look at hypoglycemia, this is our own organizing team. If you look at hypoglycemia, we know that hypoglycemia is one of the most important rate limiting steps, if you will, because anyone who's experienced a hypoglycemia will protect themselves from having a hypoglycemia in future using any means necessary. And if we have one hypoglycemic event, there is a good chance that there are recurrent hypoglycemic events. And 40% of patients report having at least one hypoglycemic event, with a small proportion, 2 to 3 times a week, 2 to 3 times a month, more frequently. So there's only about half that say that they have hypoglycemia rarely. Most of our patients experience hypoglycemia, which can be a factor in limiting your ability to manage their glycemia effectively. We know that there are certain groups that are more prone, certainly certain classes of OADs, insulin no-brainer, the elderly, those with cardiac or renal comorbidity, and those in hospital. I'm not discussing type 1 for the purposes of today's talk, but we know that there are certain segments that are more prone. And if there was something that we could use safely in hospital with comorbidity in the elderly, something that would minimize our risk of hypoglycemia, wouldn't that be great, right? So the other problem with hypoglycemia is not just the inconvenience or the symptoms to the patient. Hypoglycemia can kill in the short term and in the long term. We know that hypoglycemia has an impact on cardiac rhythm and cardiac function, and that short-term dysrhythmias with potassium fluctuations can kill, but also it triggers your inflammatory and stress response. It can have a psychological and cognitive impact, and in the long term, it can increase your risk of death, your increased risk of falls, other comorbidity. So hypoglycemia is a problem not just for the patient, but as managing physicians, we have a certain responsibility to try and prevent this in our patients to avoid short-term comorbidity, but also long-term comorbidity. Then we come to this concept of, as Jayashree has shown us, we want the postprandial highs we want to avoid, the hypoglycemia we want to avoid. So what exactly do we want? We want a glucose in range. And what do we mean by in range? This is potentially something you have to individualize to each person sitting in front of you, each patient living with diabetes. So Jayashree just showed this for various classes. And this is type 1, pregnancy, type 2, elderly with comorbidity, there are different ranges. But broadly speaking, we have something that we set as in range for that individual patient. We have something that's level 1 and level 2 hyperglycemia, mostly at around those kind of levels, 180, 250. And then we have level 1 and level 2 hypoglycemia, which are 70 and 54. Now, more so than the cutoffs, what changes is the time that you aim to get each person to spend in this range. So for example, in pregnancy, this time in range, the amount that they spend in that, not only do the numbers change, but the amount of time you want changes. In the elderly, maybe you're happier with slightly more relaxed times in range and amount of time spent in range. But with comorbidity, again, that changes. You can determine time in range from an ambulatory glucose profile like Jayashree just showed, or you can do it even with multiple 7-point, at least 4-point finger pricks in a day. So optimally, you want to individualize the range, but also the amount of time that you tell your people living with type 2 diabetes that you expect them to spend in that range. And why is this time in range this important? Because it is directly related to outcomes. if you improve time in range, we know that there are indirect markers to suggest that there is an improvement in macrovascular complications. There is direct evidence that you reduce microvascular complications, and certainly the avoidance of hypoglycemia is there for you to see from day one. Now, in terms of macrovascular complications, the reason I say indirect is because we're looking at carotid intimal medial thickness as a surrogate marker for macrovascular disease. And every 10% that you improve the time that they spend in their individualized range gives you a 6.4% improvement in these surrogate markers. If you look at microvascular complications, every 10% that you improve the time in range gives you 25% reduction in neuropathy, 40% reduction in microalbuminuria, and 64% reduction in retinopathy. We also know that every 10% that you improve the time in range directly relates to approximately a 0.5% improvement in your HbA1c. So this concept of time in range is not just academic. It has a direct relationship to your improvement in glycemia and to the outcomes that your patients achieve. Now, as I said, our particular challenges, the risk of hypoglycemia, none of us like it, let's be honest. A1C reduction, again, Jayashree showed one of her first slides, we are very bad. Most of our population, I mean, if you look at various studies from anything from around 19 to 25% of our population are in target range A1C, but about 70 to 80% of our population don't actually achieve a good A1C reduction. And this in the face of a population that is inherently at a higher cardiovascular risk. And of course, your ideal choice of drug at the very least needs to be weight neutral. You definitely want cardiovascular and renal safety. And as I said, at a cost that is pocket friendly. And we're very lucky in India that OADs have become much more affordable in the recent past, easy to administer, and hopefully the patient is on board with your selection and that it's a joint choice. So low risk of weight gain, low risk of hypoglycemia, good cardiovascular and renal safety with easy dosing once daily or in combination preferably so that it makes it more convenient for the patients, accessible and at a pocket-friendly price. So just the same once again. And the most important thing, most of us now look at the guidelines and try to fall within the guidelines. There's always going to be the odd patient in which you might have to adjust the therapy to the patient. But at the end of the day, we do look at the filtering by various guidelines, and we want to make sure that we follow certain management algorithms. So if we look at DPP-4 inhibitors, where do they fall? Well, we know this is old data that they have a low risk of hypoglycemia, that they're weight neutral, that there are cardiovascular CV outcome trials. For some more robust than others, they're not homogeneous, with few interactions available in various combinations with once daily dosage, easy accessibility, easily affordable, and represented well in various national and international treatment algorithms. So, okay. So the flip side of time and range is this concept of glycemic variability, because we know that glycemic variability, whether measured with MAGE or other grade or any other marker, the more variable, certainly your risk of microvascular complications goes up with higher variability, renal, neuropathy, retinopathy. And if you look at DPP-4 inhibitors, they improve your glycemic variability, which means that your profile is smoother through the day. And part of it is by reducing those postprandial excursions that we've been talking about. And improving your MAGE or your grade or any of your markers of glycemic variability in type 2 diabetes directly correlates to an improvement in your microvascular outcomes. So then coming to how they fit within the various guidelines. We know that increasingly the ADA guidelines filter out into whether you have cardiac comorbidity, heart failure, renal, or none. And in those that don't, the ASCVD algorithm goes down, as you know, the GLP-1 receptor agonists and the SGLT2 inhibitors. But as a second line, third line, you still come back to adding in molecules with proven CV safety. Molecules that are at least CV outcome neutral. as second and third line. But if you look at the right-hand side, the left-hand side of the algorithm, it has always gone weight, hypoglycemia, cost. Weight, hypoglycemia, great. But now cost is no longer a major issue for the majority of the molecules that are available in India. And there, if your A1C is above range, as first line, as second line, as third line, hopefully we are not going fourth and fifth line with OADs without thinking injectables. But certainly DPP-4 inhibitors are extremely widely represented in combination with metformin, in combination with sulfonylureas, in combination with SGLT2 inhibitors as a safe and sensible choice for intensification of glycemic therapy. These are the ACE guidelines. So those were the ADA. These are the ACE guidelines. And the width of this band represents the strength of the recommendation. And where the A1C is low, they're pegging the GLP-1 receptor agonists, SGLT2 and metformin equally. But DPP-4 as a combination with that. If the A1C is higher, along with these, you go in automatically to add a second or a third agent, at which point of time your DPP-4 inhibitors are pegged more or less on par with everything else. And if you have symptoms, obviously you're going on to insulin. But again, DPP-4 inhibitors are an entirely safe drug to combine with insulin. So if you look at the RSSDI, so I've shown you the ADA and the ACE. In the RSSDI, in elderly patients with risk of hypoglycemia, use DPP-4 as an alternative to sulfonylurea. In patients with hypoglycemia or those at a high risk of hypoglycemia, you can use DPP-4 inhibitors. Suitable for addition to metformin for elderly patients, even over the age of 65, because there is very low risk of hypoglycemia or weight gain. But always remember that some of these molecules need adjustment for renal and hepatic impairment. And SGLT2 inhibitors in combination with DPP-4s are a good choice across the spectrum of renal disease with appropriate dose adjustment. And I think there was a question in the previous session as to the suitability in terms of protection for genitourinary tract infections. We can come to that. So they're safe, they're tolerable, there is no weight gain, there is minimal hypoglycemia. Well, they're weight neutral, they're hypoglycemia neutral, and they reduce A1C effectively. These are traits that are common to most of the DPP-4 inhibitors. But where they differ is in the degree of DPP-4 inhibition and in the duration of action. This is very, very, very important. And in their metabolism and elimination, which is why some of them require dose adjustment in renal impairment and some don't. Now, in terms of DPP-4 inhibition and duration of action, they're not all equal. Some are more selective than others, and certainly some are longer lasting. So there are some that you need to dose twice a day, and there are some that you can dose once a day. We'll come back to that. So if you look at gliptins, yes, they're effective at lowering glucose. They're body weight neutral. They're blood pressure neutral. Postprandial lipemia neutral. But they do reduce your atherogenicity and cardiovascular complications, potentially as a mechanism. Reducing your postprandial hyperglycemic excursions might be a mechanism. And similarly, they reduce oxidative stress and endothelial dysfunction and inflammation, potentially again by reducing your postprandial glycemic excursions. So when you look at efficacy, they're all reasonably efficacious, most of them lowering your A1C by about 0.65, but the higher you start with your A1C, the more effective they are, along with most other molecules that you see. They're well tolerated and effective with appropriate dose reduction in renal impairment. They're well tolerated and effective with data in the over 65 age group. They can be used in both genders. There is no significant impact on hypoglycemia or weight. And in Asians, if you go right back to one of the first slides, I showed you that we have an overly effective DPP-4 and perhaps a slightly sluggish GLP-1. Well, having a DPP-4 inhibitor on board seems to be particularly effective in the Asian population, in the Indian population, by fixing both these pathophysiological aspects. And compared to placebo, the DPP-4 inhibitors actually improve your adiponectin levels. And we, as an Indian population, have a low adiponectin level. And this adds to our insulin resistance and inflammation. So if there is something that can give you that added benefit, certainly it's a molecule that we should be considering. This is an RCT of 10 randomized this is a meta-analysis of 10 RCTs with about 1,500 subjects. So with your A1C, good quality of life, because you have less hypoglycemia and weight gain, you have less glycemic variability, you have good fasting and postprandial control, and therefore an improvement in your A1C. Now, yes, we know that the DPP-4 inhibitors, the gliptins, address your alpha cell defect and improve your alpha cell function by reducing your glucagon dysfunction, but they also increase your C-peptide. Remember, these act on the GLP-1 axis. They improve your HOMA-beta as a consequence of improving your beta cell function, but they also improve your insulin to proinsulin ratio. The insulin to proinsulin ratio is one marker of beta cell dysfunction, and they improve this as well. Now, I was talking about not all DPP-4 inhibitors being equal. So if you look at CV safety, certainly saxagliptin and alogliptin had a slight concern. Sitagliptin has TCOS to back it up and is quite cardiac safe, and it's a neutral CVOT. And linagliptin has both the renal and the CV safety data, but also featured in comparison against sulfonylurea and has durability that you can show in the Carolina and Carmelina trials. So sitagliptin and linagliptin, I would say, are the ones that are cardiac neutral and have good data to establish cardiovascular safety and renal efficacy. Now, then we come to durability, because we know that we want drugs that act through the spectrum of type 2 diabetes, not just in early, mid, or later. Verify gave us 5 years of durability. We know that sitagliptin kept going for about 7 years with durability, and linagliptin for 5 years. So these are molecules. Again, I come back to linagliptin and sitagliptin as molecules that are pretty good in terms of keeping your glucose under control out 5-7 years from diagnosis. You might say special populations. I've shown you that in the elderly, looking at 16 RCTs, nearly 20,000 patients over the age of 65, looking at any type of DPP, all-cause mortality, hypoglycemia, and discontinuance because of any side effects, and renal impairment. So you do, as I said, dose adjust. I mean, linagliptin is the only one that doesn't require dose adjustment. Everything else requires dose adjustment, going down to half the dose and then a quarter of the dose, depending on the degree of renal impairment. Safe in the elderly, safe in renal impairment with dose adjustment, and safe in hepatic impairment, again with appropriate dose adjustment in mild to moderate Child-Pugh 1 and 2. Now, in combination with insulin, I've mentioned this very early on, there is safety data of DPP-4 inhibition with insulin, and it works effectively to improve your A1C, fasting, and postprandial without by itself increasing the risk of hypoglycemia and weight gain. But remember that when you combine anything with sulfonylurea or insulin, you've got to be aware for the potential for hypoglycemia and weight gain. So if I were to summarize your DPP-4 inhibitors, their weight and hypoglycemia neutral. 2 of them have very good cardiovascular and renal safety. Now friendly on the pocket, more friendly, I should say, and certainly easily accessible to the majority of the population. And 2 of them available as a once daily dosage with 90% near plus 90%, more than 92 to 93%, I should say, bioavailability and DPP-4 blockage at 24 hours with efficacy in combination with various agents and insulin. I'm going to stop here and say thank you very much.
So before we wind off, any questions from the floor to have?
Market friendly, that is a word which reverberating in my mind. Whenever we go to the area stall, they say ours is cheap. I truly hope that their price is relatively cheap so that we can inform the charitable hospitals and the government institution to buy your insulin areas. Okay. About the safety part of safety of even last time also, see what you both are from wonderful, see North America and US. what sort of side effects? Not only the common thing, we read a lot about autoimmune diseases, myocarditis, not only myocarditis, no, purnias, whether we blur or you hide this. What is the reality? Have you ever come across any autoimmune disorders with DPP for inhibitors? Have you ever come across anything, what is the purnias gangrene? Do you advise people to give perineal hygiene so that to avoid, in the US, in NHS, be alert? Okay, here we don't do that. So you say that it is safe, but we all know that it has got some.
May I answer? May I answer?
Please. Yeah.
So number
I
one,
listen
I
to
think
you. Yeah,
you are, yes, I think you're talking about SGLT2 inhibitors,
Both.
perhaps when you're talking about phoneas.
You talk for the
Right.
purpose. Okay,
And
I talk
yes,
for the patients.
in my clinical practice, I do give written instructions for safety for every molecule I prescribe.
Good.
And I think medical legally, we are on the safer side as long as we provide written information. That's my practice. I would encourage everybody to do the same. Of course, I understand that we all practice in different clinical settings and we should be as cautious as possible and document that we've told the patients. At least if you don't give instructions in writing, you should at least tell them and then document that you've warned against side effects. That's number one. Number two, I think as doctors, that's a very valid question that we should all not just know the efficacy of the molecule, but also the side effects. Now, the reason I didn't cover the side effects in this talk is because each and every one of us has been using DPP-4 inhibitors now for nearly 2 decades. And I would hope that with all the foundational talks that we've had with DPP-4 inhibitors, that every single one of you is extensively aware of every single side effect and that we're keeping these things in mind. So for example, we don't prescribe them to people with a prior history or a relative contraindication in terms of pancreatitis, that we warn our patients about things common like nasopharyngitis and myalgia, and that we always make sure that our patients are aware to report any new symptoms that may arise so that we take appropriate, well-judged, shall we say, well-balanced view of whether these are drug-related or otherwise. But I should think that, all my senior colleagues here, I would think that these are things that you're doing day in and day out in daily clinical practice.
So you haven't come across anything about this have you heard about autoimmune disease with the recent article? Do you read? I hope that you are, as a speaker, they might have chosen you because you don't blame seniors. You are either young or old. So you are in your peak. Okay. Have you read about autoimmune diseases? What will I do if somebody comes to you with a bullous guy with a DPP-4 inhibitor? Should I have to come to you or what?
So there are certain DPP-4 inhibitors that have been shown to have a higher
These
incidence.
slides, 100 times we have listened.
That's what I'm saying. The side effects are something that I think all of you know. Absolutely. You know the benefits and the risks, and it's a balancing act that we all do. And that's a balancing act all of us do every day in clinical practice. Shall we close the session and head to
Yes.
dinner?
Thank you. Thank you, madam. Yes, thank you, madam. And I thank both the speakers for the wonderful session. And I thank each and everyone for being with us the entire day. So we'll look forward tomorrow for more number of sessions. Thank you. Thank you all.